Part 29. Restarting the Myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 281. Study. That's what happened. We separated in the Bali Islands in Iberia. Megan and I left first. I had arranged for a substitute and told the public that we were going to the Bali Islands for vacation. Austin played with the ancient silver coins, looking quite helpless. As a member of the Tulip family and the head of the Landau family, Austin's brain does not represent himself. Usually, his butt decides whether to go left or right. The frozen continent needs the dark night. First, the messenger of the dark goddess urges him, and then the natural night sends an invitation, and Austin has to go. The brain decided to go, but the butt was very embarrassed, so Austin arranged an excuse for the family to go on vacation to buy a month from the Queen. The Queen has been in trouble recently. First, Deputy Minister Allen disappeared, leaving the fog unattended. Then, the Princess Knight Juno and the Princess Teacher Celeste went out mysteriously. They only sent back a letter to express their safety, and they were suspected of murder and absconding. Not long after he had a headache, Austin was about to take the whole family and run away with a bucket. There is no peace in Iberia and there is a war going on. It is not a good idea to go on vacation anywhere. I have to go to a war-torn area. I asked, do you have any conspiracy? That is to say, Austin's first love boyfriend status is somewhat of a bonus. If it were any other Tulip family, let alone going on vacation, even going abroad for medical treatment would not be possible. I must die in London. A lie requires 100 lies to cover up. Austin hides the identity of the Dark Knight and has to make up more lies to fill the holes. His brain makes a decision that violates the rules, and he also has a headache at this time. But at this time, it felt like the Queen had suspected that Alan's death and the disappearance of the princess were related to him. What if something is found? We can't keep letting the warehouse catch fire. Who makes you the head of the family? Who makes you respect the Queen so much? Who makes you unwilling to take on the responsibility of your first love? Seeing that Austin was worried, Wayne made a decisive move and said, if you ask me, you might as well be more relaxed. After all, her husband has been dead for so many years. She is empty, lonely, and cold. She sleeps alone or with two people. Why don't you help her fill the vacancy and take over her ex-husband's position? Offer. Sacrifice, square root. Be careful, the Queen thinks of the wonderful time of first love, even if she thinks you have a problem, she will turn a blind eye, Wayne continued. The more he talks about it, the more reasonable it becomes. By then, Austin's status will be stable, the Landau family will not be afraid of having their house confiscated, he and Veronica will continue to have enough food and clothing, and he, Wayne, will be able to wait and take over the property, and everyone will have a bright future. As for the Duke, Austin followed the duty of a courtier and checked for the Queen's deficiencies, which was loyalty. Privately, it is Austin's responsibility to work overtime for his wife and children to please his boss. This is not cheating. Just do it boldly. Trust me, the teacher will definitely forgive you if he knows that you have endured all kinds of hardships to serve the Queen for the sake of this family, Wayne said solemnly, with a firm look on his face as if he was guarding justice. Austin knew exactly what Anne was thinking, and his abacus dropped in his face. He asked about Princess Elizabeth's situation and when he could send the person back. No, at least not now, my conscience doesn't allow me to do it. Wayne shook his head. If Juno becomes Senna now, wouldn't he become a villain who repays kindness with revenge? Haha, you actually still have a conscience. Austin sarcastically said that he admitted that the little trashcan has a conscience and was willing to see the little trashcan stick to its few consciences, but he could afford to wait, the princess could afford to wait, and the Queen could not afford to wait. Such an old princess has been missing for a month for no reason, and may continue to be missing for another month. What will the Queen think and what will the Vatican think? Princess Elizabeth is not a vase waiting to be married. It has something to do with the faith of the Holy Father and the Holy See. On a larger scale, her existence is related to the attitude of the Holy See towards Windsor, which is of great political significance. She can't disappear for no reason, as it will arouse suspicion on both sides. The Vatican is simple. I will ask Mona to inform St. Paul's Cathedral and tell me that the princess is learning holy light magic with me. The Vatican knows the whereabouts of the princess and will not do anything to Windsor. Then, in order to conceal your identity, the Holy See chose not to tell the Queen the truth. From the Queen's perspective, the princess's disappearance is related to the Holy See, and the result will only be worse. Alston shook his head. What should we do? Wayne spreads his hands. Damn politics, and his head is full of persecution paranoia. Can't he be as optimistic as he is? The disappearance of the princess did not involve political factors. An ordinary beauty disappeared. The robber did not call to ask for payment, just because he had not had enough fun. Look, this is the logical thinking that normal people should have, and it is not dark at all. Make the princess yours and send her back as soon as possible. It's really not possible. It's a matter of principle. Wayne shook his head and refused, and said solemnly, the princess is a golden mage, a very good experimental subject. The teacher and Veronica need the theoretical and practical basis for the future of the teacher and Veronica. Even for the two of them, I can't treat the princess now. Take action. These words convinced Austin. Wayne didn't become serious for 3 seconds before continuing, as for you, the Landau family is loyal to the royal family. You don't want the future queen to obey my words. There is a pope at the head of the kingdom of Windsor, right? Austin's face darkened. You are right, if you take control of Windsor, this country will be finished. If you have more courage, this country will be finished a long time ago. Wayne did not want to take the blame, so he discussed with Austin and decided to set off tomorrow afternoon, first to Iberia, and then to the Bale Islands by boat. The two of them took the Dragon to fly to the frozen continent of Antarctica. The Bali Islands are located in the southernmost part of the God's chosen continent, about 11,000 kilometers away from the northernmost continental ice zone of the frozen continent. At the flying speed of a giant dragon, it would take at most 15 hours, not counting the weather. Bad. And to reach the continental edge ice zone, we still have to go deeper south, and the weather is harsh and it is another difficult journey. Fortunately there is a dragon, otherwise it would torture people to death. Wayne was wondering how the natural night mullah traveled to the frozen continent on his legs. What was the means of transportation? A bicycle. After the two people discussed it, Austin arranged everything in London and just waited to rush to the airport tomorrow afternoon. Wayne was almost the same, everything that needed to be arranged was arranged, and those who were to be arranged were also arranged. He went to Philomena to ask for leave with a face, but the latter was furious and had to hand over a large amount of public rations to appease her irritable little mood. It's understandable that it was obviously the period of love, but it suddenly turned into a long-distance relationship because the boyfriend went out to work overtime. Anyone else would be irritable. Wayne left the study and looked at the young master's villa. It was pitch dark except for the light in the master bedroom. Senna's motives were barely concealed, and it made Xife depressed. Wayne was also a little depressed. The legendary mages were indeed crazy. He trotted to the eldest lady's villa. Veronica called and said she had a surprise for him. It's mysterious, I don't know what the conspiracy is. It was already night. Wayne opened the door and saw no one. When he heard the rustling sound of playing cards on the second floor, his expression turned strange for a moment. Longing but incredible. Curious but baffling. Wayne couldn't help but think about Chi-Ji. He knew that the threesome had an excellent relationship, but no matter how good the relationship was, there had to be a limit. What kind of rhythm was this now? Is it possible? Wayne suddenly understood, and his eyes suddenly became sharp. Teacher Senna, this wave counts as your assist, and I will reward you severely another day. Wayne pushed open the bedroom door and saw three beauties in pajamas with long hair draped over their shoulders, sitting cross-legged on the big bed playing cards. The lighting was soft, the three beauties were shining like stars in the night, and the whole room was filled with a relaxed and happy atmosphere. Ahem. Wayne coughed twice and saw that no one was paying attention to him. The three of them were talking and laughing, but they ignored him, as if he was a transparent person. Transparency is good. How many people can't get the superpower of invisibility even on their knees? Wayne wandered up to behind Chris, held his hands on her shoulders and was freed. He put his head behind Veronica and blew into her ear, "You can't play this card. Trust me, you should play like this." The effect was average, Veronica couldn't hear anything tonight. Okay, both want and want, this is how I play, right? Wayne shrugged, not panicking at all. He had an undercover agent. He came behind Willie and said enthusiastically, "Willie, I've seen both of their cards. Listen to me, this one will win." Willie was very disrespectful and would not play any card that Wayne asked her to play. "Wayne, damn it, I trust you so much, and your kid actually betrayed me and joined their side. Willie, I can't beat them." In this round, Willie lost because she played cards randomly. Chris shuffled the cards, and the three of them continued. It was obviously a bedroom for 4 people, and Wayne could never find a chance to fit in, but he still didn't panic, knowing that the traitor couldn't be trusted, so he had already arranged a strong enemy. The sound of gurgling water came from the direction of the bathroom. Veronica held the playing cards and looked at Willie with wide eyes. "What should I do? Are you sure he won't mess around?" "I do, but he's not that kind of person." "Well, don't ask him to turn off the lights later." "Senior, what do you think?" "I kind of regret it. I shouldn't have trusted Willie. She must be a traitor." "Okay, I'll beat her to death right now." Veronica picked up the pillow and was about to teach Willie a lesson. Suddenly, a faint aroma floated over from the balcony window. The smell was very light, but it was refreshing, and it scared all three heads. Hiss X3. The three of them hurriedly came to the balcony. Under the soft moonlight, the beautiful woman walked leisurely with light steps. Senna is wearing a long dress, her face is stunning, and her breath seems to blend with the whole world, synchronized with the breathing of the moon, the wind, and the earth. She becomes the focus of the world and attracts everyone's attention. The elegant figure was reflected in the moonlight. Without saying a word, she expressed her faint longing for the memories. Rightward arrow. The breeze blew by, and the long wavy golden hair intertwined with the moonlight, causing ripples and fragrance. Goodoo, X3. The three of them had numb scalps, trying to reproduce the elegance they felt condescended to today, but they clearly occupied the high ground, but their defense line was torn down in an instant, and they were unable to stand up at all. Strong enemy. A strong enemy that can only be defeated by working together. Veronica decisively closed the glass door of the balcony, drew the curtains at the same time, and said slightly panicked, "What should I do? She's already here." "Don't be afraid, there are many of us, and the pervert knows how to choose." Willie reassured her. "General, I have the advantage, so there is no need to panic." "Ah, I knew you were a traitor." "How long have you been a traitor? You are obviously prejudiced against me." "Why don't you talk about senior sister?" Willie snorted. "The survival of this sincerity is at stake. We must not mess up our position, let alone fight among ourselves." "Enemy." Veronica gritted her teeth secretly and believed Willie's lies for the time being. At this time, the bathroom door opened, and Wayne walked out with a fresh look on his face, his hair still a little damp, and he shrugged his nose. "It smells so good." "Whose perfume is it?" "Sister's perfume. If you don't believe me, Just smell it. Willie slapped Chris on the back, and the latter nodded repeatedly. She just bought the perfume, but unfortunately the fragrance lasted too short and the smell was already weak. That's it? Seeing that the three of them were facing a formidable enemy, neither advancing nor retreating, Wayne was secretly proud of himself and praised Senna for her great job through a thought transmission. It's long overdue. Wayne's eyes were electric and oppressive, and he glanced at Veronica and Chris. The former raised her fists to stop her, the latter blushed and lowered her head and declined politely. Only Willie held her head high and put her hands on her hips, so brave. Since everyone is here, don't leave tonight. With the atmosphere here, Wayne's tone was drawn out, and the conversation changed sharply. Let's sit down and play cards together. Ah, after talking about playing cards for a long time, it's over? X3. That's fine, just play cards. X3. The three of them breathed a sigh of relief at the same time, and the four of them sat around to restart the card game. Wayne suggested that it was just boring to play cards, and asked to add a punishment and reward mechanism, but Veronica rejected it because of impure motives. 2 hours later, Willie yawned profusely, staggered and couldn't open her eyes, fell down and fell asleep. The position where he fell was very particular. He hugged one of Wayne's arms and lay in his arms. Baby-like sleep, no matter how you wake up. Anyway, Veronica didn't wake anyone up with the knife. Such poor acting skills. X2. What a great acting. Wayne nodded secretly. Excellent acting skills mean that everyone knows you are acting, but no one will take the initiative to expose it. Whaley combined the situation with her acting skills to the level of conspiracy. Wayne is willing to win the Best Actress award tonight. Awarded to her. Best Supporting Actress went to Senna, with Veronica and Chrissy running alongside her. As for the Best Actor, the organizer, namely Wayne himself, has already decided on it. What's that? It's getting late. It's not appropriate for me to stay. You three are sleeping, so I'll leave first. Wayne looked upright and tried to break free from the seal on his arm, but he tried several times without success. Seeing him leave as soon as he said it, Veronica opened her mouth, but stopped and started to speak. Her face turned red and she was speechless. You must not let anyone leave. The hungry wolf outside was drooling and his eyes were glowing green. It's not okay to stay. What if the bastard secretly turns off the light? Chris saw that Veronica was useless and would only bully Willie in the nest. She was not reliable at all at the critical moment, so she stood up decisively. Wayne, let me get you a coat. As expected of you, you are so damn gentle. X3. Veronica glared at Bayou Egwang and did this for a long time. Chris bowed his head with guilt and she couldn't open her mouth. Here, seeing Wayne break free from the seal, take over the coat and put it on, the sleeping Willie shook her legs and kicked Veronica. Thump. Veronica looked dubious, gritted her teeth, and hit Wayne on the head with a knife while his back was turned to her. Ouch. I'm so dizzy. Wayne seemed to have lost his head, his vision went dark, his headless body waved his hands randomly, staggered to the bedside, and fell unconscious, just in time to pin Chris under him. Veronica. It turns out that it really works. I suggest you write this paragraph in your diary. It is worth savoring again and again. It could be seen that Wayne had no intention of leaving tonight. He chose them instead of the old witch, and he did not sit down and raise the price to open a bank party. He was so embarrassed that he fainted. Others are quite nice. Veronica was secretly unhappy because she stayed, but Willie knew Wayne too well, and so did Wayne. It was not good to fall down anywhere, but he fell on top of her senior sister. And senior sister, she faints when she is pressed. When did her body become so weak? Veronica was angry and found that Willie was not being honest even when she was sleeping, so she moved toward Wayne. Oh, oh two. After arriving at the target location, Willie performed the whole drama, murmured a few words in her sleep, and said she wanted to have sex with her senior sister. Then she hugged Wayne's arm and put her head into his arms. Really stuck. Veronica looked at the three people pretending to sleep in stunned silence. She had reason to suspect that she, the only one who was awake, was the stupidest one. Snored. You're all pretending to be asleep, okay, don't wake up if you can. Veronica quickly stepped forward, picked up the small trash can, and moved it to the second bedroom next door. She did not give him a chance to soil Bayou Egwang or to be soiled by Willie. She closed her arms holding the small trash can. 5 minutes later, Wayne was sleepwalking and carried Veronica back to the master bedroom. After several pulls, Veronica became numb and kicked the trash can under the bed. It was dawn the next day. Wayne held his waist and came to the living room on the first floor. He said things like not a drop left, not being able to get up again, and usually getting immediate results every morning. Those who didn't know thought he had really succeeded last night. Although it failed, he saw a good start. Senna's strategic significance in his mind increased rapidly, and she seemed to be a savior who pointed a clear path. Praise Senna, she is an angel. Wayne had actually woken up a long time ago, so it didn't matter if he didn't sleep. In order to save the face of the three of them, he didn't wake up until they all left the show. The kitchen was extremely lively at this time. The three heads gathered together to make breakfast. They ignored Chef Willie's provocation and then got beaten. The atmosphere was still very harmonious. Wayne put his head forward, wanting to hug them from behind and say affectionately, "You are all my wings. It's a pity that it can't be too deep. If you take too big a step, you will fly out. Now it's the limit. Take it slow, the progress bar is already rising." July 18th, night. Iberia, Bali Islands. On the seashore, the soft sand is like a golden carpet, extending all the way to the edge of the sea. The wind blows, the green leaves sway, making a soft rustling sound, under the bright stars, and the sound of the waves slowly coming together, playing a beautiful nocturne together. The climate in the Bali Islands is mild, very suitable for vacation. But the family didn't want to travel, especially Healy. Seeing Megan transform into a black dragon and Austin transform into a dark knight, the two formed a dragon-knight combination and flew away, and she felt very unhappy. Megan didn't resist. When Austin jumped on the dragon's back, she struggled a little and got used to it. It's hard to say whether the struggle was real or fake, or whether it was acting. Guardian love, understandable. Sifty warned herself that Megan was pure and innocent, and Austin was a prodigal son. The two had been together for 16 years and nothing had happened. She should not doubt their loyalty to her. The more difficult thing was coming. Her teacher Senna gracefully took off her clothes and transformed into a green dragon in front of Wayne. Wayne jumped up and jumped on the dragon's back. It was obviously not the first time he was familiar with the road. The relationship between dragons and knights is far more than just cooperation. To get the recognition of the dragon, the intimacy is at least lovers, not husband and wife. Sina's reason is that she wants to make progress too much. Sifty doesn't believe anything. Then, under Wayne's call, Veronica and Sifty stepped on the dragon's back respectively and got the achievement of riding teacher. It's outrageous. Sifty was more convinced that Senna allowed her and Veronica to ride purely because of Wayne. The relationship between the two was definitely not simple. The dragon flapped its wings and continued to climb to the sea in the south. Hearing the sound of silver teeth gnashing in her ear, 11 Faye turned around and patted her daughter's head, whispering, "Tell me about your visit to the church headquarters in detail. When did they meet? When did the old witch change her attitude towards him? What happened in between? Do you believe it now? It's too late." Veronica complained to her mother, saying that the teacher was cold-blooded and ruthless, and that her son was not interested in women. She had no idea at all. Silly woman, when would she be as mature as her? Veronica snorted twice and talked about the experience of the church headquarters. The two golden heads came together to analyze. After a long while, there was no result, so they started over again and defined it as love at first sight. Otherwise, there is no explanation. Hold on, I'm going to speed up. Restarting the myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 282. Iceland. A silent silvery white world. Looking around, the sky and the earth are white, and everything that the naked eye can capture is covered with ice and snow. Occasionally, the ice breaks, and the explosion breaks the deathly silence. The Iceland is also known as the God-abandoned continent and the Dark Continent. The darkness does not refer to the cold season phenomenon of the polar night, but the life-forbidden zone is abandoned by God. The light of faith cannot reach the other side of the Iceland, so it is abandoned by God. It is a dark and lightless dead land. This is the correct explanation of the God-abandoned continent and the Dark Continent. Coincidentally, it is July at this time, just in time for the polar night of the Iceland. The deep and mysterious picture covers the sky, spreading endless darkness, and being there seems to have come to the edge of the universe. The sun disappears below the horizon, and the hazy light and shadow are weak, leaving only the stars and endless cold. The Milky Way is clearly visible in the sky. The world of the polar night is like a huge black velvet cloth, sprinkled with twinkling stars, barely dispelling some darkness, bringing a touch of warmth and light to this eternal frozen land. The green dragon broke through the strong wind and arrived at the edge of the frozen continent. The huge figure fell from the sky and turned into a beautiful woman with flowing blonde hair after landing. In the snow-white world, the graceful figure was pure and flawless, like a blooming ice crystal flower, elegant and noble, symbolizing absolute purity and inviolability. My God, I really didn't block it at all. X2. Siffy hurriedly took out the robe to cover the teacher's perfect body. Veronica also covered her fiancé's eyes and warned him not to look around. There's nothing to see. I've seen it so many times. Wayne looked aside like a gentleman. The sky and the earth were black above and white below, and the two colors intertwined. The entire frozen continent was like a blue ocean, with a magnificent beauty. If you are lucky, you may be able to see the aurora on this trip. Senna refused the robe handed over by Siffy, opened the portable space, and slowly put on the small items. I don't know if it was intentional, she also put on stockings. Senna's life essence is not afraid of the coldness of the frozen continent, and she is still alive and kicking in the temperature below 100 degrees. Not only her, but also Sci-fi and Veronica are not afraid of the severe cold. They wear combat uniforms woven with Asian dragon scales inside and autumn long clothes outside, and go into battle lightly. To show respect for the frozen continent, she specially added a thick coat. Wayne is not very happy about the frozen continent. There are too few fire elements. Instead, there are a lot of wind elements and water elements. The two fellow villagers rely on the lack of fire elements to lead and dodge Wayne's capture. Senna closed her eyes and sensed it. After a moment, she took out a magic prop similar to a compass from her arms, looked in a direction, and took the lead to walk in the front. The frozen continent is huge, and many legendary wizards have arrived here. They have different purposes, and many of them choose to leave their legacy deep in the ice. Senna said slowly, the Dark Church has the most legendary wizards. They prefer the darkness here, and they are active in the far north or the far south. Senna explained to the three people, and inadvertently revealed the location of the Dark Church headquarters. The ice and snow world in the far north is not in the frozen continent where they are. Wayne was not interested in these, and Veronica listened very carefully, looking at the compass in Senna's hand curiously. Senna glanced at Veronica, raised her eyebrows, and was slightly provocative. Wayne sent a telepathic message to tell her not to talk nonsense. Senna gave up in disappointment, and then said, "It is not easy to go deep into the frozen continent. There are many teleportation arrays at the edge, which cover the entire continent like a big net. These are the work of the Dark Church. We can use the teleportation array to reach the periphery of the South Pole at the fastest speed." "Does the Dark Knight know about this?" Sci-fi asked. "I told Wayne, I think he has told the Dark Knight," Senna replied. "I told you, when did you two not spend time alone these days?" X2. Hyphy's forehead sank, worried that her son would become a teacher. Veronica's head also sank, hugged her fiancé's arm, and glared at him fiercely with a knife-like look. When did they meet? How could she not know? Wayne was helpless, and sent a telepathic message to Senna to calm down, otherwise he would reimpose restrictions, and the result would only be Senna asking for trouble. "Senna, you don't want to turn into white foam in front of your students, and your image as a strict teacher will fall to the bottom, right?" Senna replied with a faint smile, "Change it, her body and mind are irreversible, and the polluted will makes her keep moving closer to faith. What's wrong with her following her will?" The resentful answer made Wayne feel headache, guessing that Senna struggled to resist and failed, and she had no choice but to lie down and give up completely. Wayne hurriedly sent a message. Although he was wrong in the matter, the main fault was still on Senna herself. If she hadn't thought about the last insurance and led the charge with her mind, she wouldn't be like this today. Senna didn't understand, and when she started to think, she felt the world was wide, and she felt very good now. "Calm down, your faith doesn't like to be given away for free, it likes your unruly appearance in the past more. If you really want to cater to faith, you have to put up a shelf." Wayne sent a message through his mind, heard the voice in the other party's heart, glanced at it quickly, and found that it was all desire, and hurriedly said, "I'm doing a research recently, and the results are remarkable. I guarantee that you can find yourself and will not become a slave to faith." Senna was slightly stunned, and saw that Wayne sent a compressed package, and with a little luck, she clicked it, and a large amount of data flooded into her mind. He did not lie to her. "Master, would you be so kind and willing to let me go?" "Yeah. Am I not beautiful?" "Well, this is not a question of whether it is beautiful or not. The biggest problem is that you have such thoughts." Wayne complained viciously and said earnestly, "Hold on a little longer and stay sane. When I get back to London, I will make a major breakthrough in my research and I will return your freedom as soon as possible." Senna's heart was filled with excitement, and along with the excitement came a deep sense of loss. She didn't understand that with her conditions, how could she be inferior to three yellow-haired girls, Veronica, Chrissy, and Willie? Just because there are so many of them. These thoughts were exposed in front of Wayne without reservation, which made everyone numb. Once upon a time, not long after that, when she was still at the headquarters of the Church of Nature, Senna resisted and struggled in various ways. Now, she couldn't bear to give her freedom. Evolution is terrible. Wayne tried his best to persuade her, and spent a lot of effort to show that faith likes strong women. Only then did Senna cheer up and try to find her former self. "Master, my student Sci-fi is very suitable to your liking. Do you want me to take the opportunity to kill Austin?" Wayne rolled his eyes wildly and added a layer of restraint to Senna, prohibiting her from engaging in similar random thoughts. At the same time, he corrected her title and was not allowed to call Faith the Master in the future. The four people traveled through the cold wind and were not affected by the bad climate environment of the polar regions. Soon, Senna found the nearest teleportation array. The magic circle was located under the ice and was firmly blocked by the rock-solid ice. Senna opened her fingers, and the biting cold wind gathered from all directions and condensed into a thin white line on her fingertips. Senna pointed to the ground, and the cold wind cut through the ice easily like a knife. A little greenery spread out, and the vigorously growing green plants and vines pushed through the ice, opening up the passage close to the teleportation array. As expected of dragon blood with brains, he got it done with a wave of his hand. Wayne looked at Veronica next to him. Without any doubts, his hand would shake his fists immediately. Although the result is the same and the passage can be opened, it will never be as elegant and calm as Senna. Senna jumped into the 10-meter deep ice cave. In front of her, glacier passages spread in all directions, forming a large underground network. Sci-fi followed closely behind, looking at the fluorescent magic stone frozen in the ice, crushing the ice with her 5-finger claws, taking out one and holding it in her hand to read. It seems to be the craftsmanship of the Church of the Sun, which sealed the sunlight in the magic stone. It should be a golden mage. He is the golden mage of the Dark Church. Although the Sun Church likes Jijo, it failed to fight for the two poles and was driven out of the northern and southern worlds by the Dark Church. Senna told the secret that only the top leaders of the Church knew: the three major faiths of the Life Alliance fight against darkness and death. At first glance, they are 3 against 2, but in fact they are 1 against 1 and 2 against 1. Our Church of Nature is hostile to the Church of Death, and the Church of Sun and Moonlight is hostile to the Church of Darkness. Just like the faith represented, nature and death are incompatible, and light and darkness are antagonistic. Teacher Senna, let me interrupt. Wayne raised his hand. According to the intelligence I recently obtained, there is a cooperative relationship between the Dark Church and the Sun Church. How should we explain this? The 5 chosen knights are stationed in the frozen continent, and the headless knight is offline. Let's not worry about it for the moment. Let's just talk about the ancient god's relative Togagai, who was sealed at the head of the Black Mountain. First, the saint of the Dark Church failed to strengthen the seal, and then Willie's parents teamed up to go there. What a tacit understanding between this and the other. There was clearly always a connection. Just call me Senna. Okay, Teacher Senna. It's up to you. If you like the teacher's mood, you can insist on calling me that. I know, Senna. X2. The tugging between the two made Sci-fi's gum sore and numb, and Veronica's head felt extremely heavy. It was obvious that her son/fiancé was the one who was being pursued. Really outrageous. The Dark Church rarely operates in the chosen continent. Putting aside the grievances of their faith, they actually abide by the rules. The Death Church is different. It has experienced a high-level change, and has since been active in every corner of the continent, almost everywhere. You can see the disciples of death. Rightward arrow. Senna came to the teleportation array and waved her hand to take out 6 teleportation stones from the void, corresponding to the 6-pointed star on the magic array. I don't know much about the cooperation between the Dark Church and the Sun Church, but I can be sure that darkness, sun, and moonlight are not the same. Incompatible. The teleportation stone obtained from the Dark Church trade, this dragon-blooded legendary mage is obviously super powerful but too cautious. Wayne, how do you explain the perfect elf? You still wrote the formula. Senna, that's the fact. I'm afraid only God knows the underlying reason. The teleportation array was activated, and Senna was the first to step into it, followed closely by Wayne and the other 3. They followed the underground frozen passageway for dozens of steps, and a second teleportation array appeared. As Senna said, as long as you find the first teleportation array, it will be smooth sailing and the speed will be extremely fast. After 5 teleportations, the recently appeared teleportation array magic array was inlaid with teleportation stones, indicating that there were personnel activities of the Dark Church nearby. After another 3 times, the 4 of them arrived in the depths of the frozen continent, and members of the Dark Church appeared one after another around them. Imprint. Veronica saw a public notice board with 4 languages written on it, namely the official languages of the Windsor, Frank, Iberia, and Ross federations. The magicians of the Dark Church warned outsiders that the teleportation array can be borrowed, but must not be damaged. If there is any violation, the Dark Church will definitely investigate it. Without Prussian, can the Franks understand it? Wayne expressed deep concern. Veronica tilted her head, not understanding what he was talking about. The notice board pointed out that there was a market of the Dark Church ahead, and magicians from other churches were allowed to exchange goods. Then there was a warning that everyone must abide by the trading rules, cover their faces, and not bring conflicts of faith from the outside world into the market. All violations, blah blah blah. Wayne suddenly had a lot of good feelings for the Dark Church, and as a result, the scumbag figure of the Dark Knight stood up a lot. Thinking about it again, he didn't seem to have met many people from the Dark Church. If you have to say, there were only 3 encounters. Once, he transformed into a Death Knight in London and showed off his power. Members of the Dark Church's stronghold came to help, posed a few times and left. The second time was in the Golden City of the Black Mountains, the body of Anastasia, the saint of the Dark Church. The saint failed to seal it and gave her life for peace. Thinking about his behavior of studying the other party's body, Wayne was quite ashamed. It was not good without the other party's consent. Then he thought that the other party didn't refuse, so it should be considered as tacit consent. By the way, Anastasia was wearing a pale nest and yellow clothes, on her way to the frozen continent, flying. The third time was still London. The Dark Angel forced the awakening of the Dark Knight, loyal and unyielding, and would rather die than retreat. As expected of the Dark Goddess who is in charge of ideological and moral education, she is strict in her rule and well-trained. Except for being a sadist, she seems to have no shortcomings, Wayne muttered, put on a black robe, and followed Senna to the teleportation array. In fact, there is already a major shortcoming. The awakening of the Dark Knight threatened Sci-fi and Veronica. The angel did intend to kill them. Wayne kept this in mind. If possible in the future, he would make the Dark Goddess pay the price. The goddess trained her knights as she wanted, and Wayne had no control over it, but it was wrong for the goddess to involve his teacher and fiancé. One day, she will pay for her blood debt with blood. The light and shadow of the portal moved rhythmically, and the 4 people arrived at a dark town. The town was buried deep underground, and the hemispherical magic barrier was down like an inverted bowl, firmly covering the sky above the town. Countless magicians dotted it, like the stars in the night sky, pulling open the colorful black. The town was silent, and a large number of houses were vacant and uninhabited. Occasionally, a pair of scarlet eyes came, and they all avoided the moment Wayne looked at them, and the curtains were pulled tight, not contacting them. The 4 followed the instructions on the signboard and went to the dark market. Teacher, why do we have to go there? Shouldn't we go directly to the next portal? Sci-fi pronounced the words very heavily, especially the word teacher, hoping that Senna would wake up a little, take out the disdain that mocked love in the past, and let her son go. Don't worry, you must go to the dark market, there is a surprise here, Senna pretended to be mysterious. Wayne hated the riddle man the most. He directly looked through Senna's thoughts and learned that there was a divination house in the dark market, which was connected to a mysterious trading space. If you are lucky, you can trade with magicians in another space. The alien space includes the kingdom of God in the void world, the reverse inner world of the God-chosen continent, the projection space of the land of the ancient gods, heaven, hell, etc. Apart from these high-end goods, it is not impossible to see the Pope of the Papal States. But first of all, you must be lucky. Not everyone can enter the trading space, and you can't enter it at any time. According to Senna, a person has only one chance in his life, and there is no possibility of a second time. In addition, many people have tried many times but failed to enter the trading space, such as Senna herself, she has never entered. Wayne feels unreliable and too dangerous. It is said to be random, and the trading object is uncertain. If you open the door and see the Lord of Lust taking a bath, it will be over. The trading space will protect the trading target. Even if you enter the kingdom of God, no one can keep you. Senna took the initiative to explain. Where is God? Without a reference case, Senna could not answer. According to her, if you really see God, it doesn't seem to be a bad thing. Wayne still feels unreliable. He is penniless and has no items worth trading. How can he easily waste the opportunity that only comes once in his life? Besides, this trading space sounds very weird and grand, which is definitely not something the Dark Church can do. Be bolder, the shareholders behind it are gods, and there are more than one. Be even bolder, this is the game of the ancient gods. Seeing Wayne so persistent, Senna had to give up. She felt that her master was very lucky and might be able to gain benefits through the trading space, so there was no need to be so cautious. Not only did Wayne give up himself, he also persuaded Sci-fi and Veronica to retreat. It was too dangerous and they couldn't get too excited. However, since we are here, we can go and visit. The streets of the dark market are narrow, and the lights on both sides are dim, barely illuminating the strange items on the stalls. There is an indescribable smell in the air, mixed with spices, herbs, and unknown substances, which makes Wayne, who has a very good sense of smell, very excited. It's a bit smelly, but it smells good again. On the stalls on both sides, there are all kinds of trading items, all related to magic, such as sealed scrolls with changing paper colors, crystal balls with purple light, rare alchemy potions, strange herbs with unknown uses, etc. At a glance, they are all high-end goods that are mysterious and powerful. There is no price tag. The stall owners will assess the value of the buyers' trading items by themselves. If they can negotiate, they will trade on the spot. If they can't negotiate, they will part ways amicably. At this time, the stall owners are playing cards in groups of 3 or 4, bragging and chatting, not caring about business at all. Wayne was very puzzled. The market was only 300 meters from beginning to end. The road was narrow and there were few customers. How did these stall owners support themselves? Is it popular in the magic world to open a business and eat for 3 years? Senna's mind transmitted the message that those who could come here to trade were not ordinary magicians. The vast ocean screened out small fish and shrimps. It was difficult to reach here without the cultivation of a gold magician. So, don't worry about buying fakes. The key is whether the value is equal. If you are lucky, you can really find a bargain. Wayne shook his head and had no interest in trading. After 2 steps, he was attracted by a fairy in a glass bottle. Banshee in a bottle. This thing is really the first time I have seen it. The fairy is 10 centimeters tall and wears clothes woven with green leaves. Just looking at the appearance, it looks like a miniature elf. There are 2 pairs of transparent dragonfly wings on the back. Every time they flap, fluorescent powder will fall. At this moment, the fairy stared with a pair of watery eyes, expressing her desire for freedom. Cute, want it? Veronica's eyes sparkled, and she stood there like a root. Wayne was helpless and looked at Senna. What's the price of this thing? This is a lie. The fairy has an owner. After you buy it, it will fly back by itself. Forget it. Wayne dragged Veronica away, and the latter looked back every 3 steps, watching the little cutie go away from him. At the end of the market, Senna came to the door of the divination house and pushed the door open. There was a table and 2 chairs in the palm-sized room. The black-skinned female elf in a black robe covered her eyes with a black cloth. In front of her was a crystal ball surrounded by white mist. Seeing the guests coming, she raised her hand slightly and asked them to take a seat one by one. Free divination, no matter whether it is accurate or not, it doesn't cost money. Wayne was sharp-eyed and could see that the female elf was not flesh and blood. Her face was as stiff as porcelain, and there was a mechanical sound coming from the joints. It was clearly a magic doll. The magic world is still narrow-minded. If I had this skill, I could have any wife. Asshole, What are you mumbling about? I said I would make money to support my wife, Wayne replied immediately. While speaking, he looked around and did not see the so-called trading space. Senna stepped aside and let Xife do the divination first. She herself was not interested. She had done the divination once before, and the result was completely different from her current situation. It was completely the opposite. Fortune teller, your future is bright. Where is the light? She even lost her freedom. You are listening to novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Restarting the Myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 283. MS Fortune Teller, what should I do? Xife sat in front of the crystal ball. You don't have to do anything. Fate has already determined everything. The dark-skinned fortune teller spoke slowly, his stiff face and lips did not move, and the voice came from his chest. As the word fate fell, the crystal ball began to change, and the quiet white mist inside suddenly rolled, reflecting Xifei's face. Following the trajectory of fate, you died under the sword of the Death Knight, and you will turn into bones and be driven by him. The fortune teller looked at the rolling white mist and said, X4. A string of question marks floated across the foreheads of the four people, and Veronica turned her head directly to look at Wayne. Why are you looking at me? I'm not a Death Knight. Wayne held Veronica's head and turned it to the front, then said, MS Fortune Teller, is your prediction reliable, or is it because it's free and you don't intend to take responsibility for it? Although fate is destined, some great beings have the power to reject fate. They can not only control their own fate, but also control the fate of others, and deviate the original fate trajectory with themselves as the center. So, the already destined fate will move towards the next destined fate trajectory. My divination is not absolutely accurate. The fortune teller said, 2 years have passed since the last destined fate. 2 years is enough time for a lot of changes. If you have doubts about my divination, you can come to divination after the next fate correction. When will the next fate be corrected? Xife asked. Not sure. The voice of the black-skinned fortune teller was soft and gentle, but the mechanical tone of the explanation was emotionless, which made Wayne couldn't help but suspect that she was the artificial intelligence of the magic world. Please find the source of the voice pack. 11 Face stood up in confusion, and came to Wayne with a strange look in his eyes. Tell me, how did you cut that sword? Veronica sat down eagerly, waiting for the judgment of fate. You are dead. Ah. Veronica opened her mouth wide. What do you mean she is dead? Is it literal? If she is dead, who is she now? You are lucky to meet someone who changed your life, the fortune teller said slowly. Since this one is not accurate, can I tell you something else? Veronica said wittily. The fortune teller did not reply immediately. He was silent for more than 10 seconds before saying, okay, but your future has changed. Divination is doomed to fail. It doesn't matter. I don't plan to tell fortunes. Veronica blinked, thinking of her mother still behind her, and said dryly, I have a friend who is dating a man who is very popular. MS Fortune Teller, do you think my friend will have a happy love life in the future? After the words fell, 11 Face secretly regretted that she should have asked just now if she had known that she could tell fortunes about this. The fortune teller might not believe it, she also has a friend. Senna was quite moved and waited for the fortune teller's answer. Coincidentally, she also has a friend. In the original Destiny, you didn't have a man to date. I can't answer this question. My friend. Veronica argued with reason, but the effect was average. The black-skinned fortune teller was mechanical and rigid. He asked Veronica to leave as soon as possible and not to delay other people's fortune telling. The next one was Wayne. He sat in a chair with an expectant look on his face, waiting for the crystal ball to tell his future. If the information is correct, he is the one who changed Veronica's fate, so can the fortune teller see his fate? If it is the fate of 2 years ago, his fate should belong to the original Wayne. Wait, the original Wayne killed Sif with Shadow Nightmare. What is this development? In addition, in the original fate, Veronica should die in the town of Cafano. Did Wayne go to Cafano with the trio at that time? If so, was he already a Death Knight at that time? Before the fortune teller spoke, Wayne had already lamented that fate was unpredictable. Just taking a random time point could push out several fate lines. You are in pain and confusion. Your future is only death. The fortune teller looked at the white fog and said. Wayne nodded. That's right. Looking at Wayne in the other world, it is indeed this development. At this time, Senna sat down and said to the fortune teller, I once divined my own fate. You said that my future was bright. That was 2 years ago. Now my fate has been corrected. I want to see the new future. Senna was not in a good mood. It can be seen that her fate, like Veronica and Sci-fi, has taken a new path. 2 years ago, she did not meet Wayne, so her future was bright. Now, is it pitch black? Wayne stared at Senna sitting on his lap in amazement. Although, she was really fragrant and soft. There was no soft seed to hard seed. Veronica was watching on the side. Wayne did not dare to mess around. Now he could still explain and blame Senna who was chasing him. If it really became a hard seat, he would not be able to argue clearly. But, shameless, she wanted to sit and you let her sit? Veronica's eyes turned red in an instant, and she tugged Sci-fi's sleeve fiercely. Look at what your teacher did, you should take care of her. 11 Faye had a headache. How could she manage it? Was she qualified to manage it? She couldn't do anything about it. Your future is bright. Still bright? The fortune teller's words reminded Senna that her fate had indeed changed because of Wayne, but the exact time of the change was the moment she met Wayne, and Wayne 2 years ago and Wayne now do not have the same fate. He has gained the power to change his own fate in the past 2 years. Ancient God. Senna guessed in her heart and expressed her thoughts directly, hoping that Wayne would explain it to her after seeing it. She was already sitting on his lap, so it was reasonable to ask for an explanation, right? Guests, do you have any ideas for a deal? The black-skinned fortune teller asked, recommending, this is a deal that only happens once in a lifetime. You may get a chance to reshape your fate. Where is the place for the transaction? This crystal ball? Wayne looked at the palm-sized house, which had limited space and no secret door. The place for the transaction is here. The fortune teller put his hands on his chest, opened his black robe to the left and right, revealing a simple and rough mechanical chest. In the center, a red magic stone slowly rhythmically flickered with fire. Huh? Wayne raised his eyebrows. Just looking at the appearance, this magic stone is very similar to the philosopher's stone described in the information. He asked Senna in his mind, but the latter couldn't be sure. The fortune teller's ability to observe fate and open trading space far exceeds that of a demigod. The philosopher's stone is not so powerful. Forget about the transaction. We didn't bring any items with trading value. Next time, definitely next time. Wayne readily rejected the fortune teller, patted his butt and asked Senna to stand aside, then got up and left the fortune-telling house. Street. Senna led the way in front and went to the next portal. Several people had their own thoughts and didn't speak. Wayne was curious about what level of existence the fortune teller was. To be precise, who created the fortune teller? The fortune teller looked like a dark elf and was in the market of the dark church. People naturally thought that she was the forging of the dark goddess, but her ability was too powerful. No matter how you look at it, it was not the work of the dark goddess. If it was, the power of the goddesses would be far beyond Wayne's imagination. The long legs were still full of gold, so he had to hug them. Veronica was very depressed. Seeing Wayne lower his head and pretend nothing happened, she took a step back and became more and more angry. She said directly, "Teacher Senna sat on your lap just now. Why didn't you let her get out of the way? You are too disrespectful to the teacher. She obviously doesn't respect me." Wayne looked aggrieved. "You also said that she is Teacher Senna. What can I do?" "Okay, as long as Wayne opens his mouth, I will leave," but he didn't show any resistance. Senna didn't even turn her head, and spoke elegantly, as if she was talking about something insignificant. X3. "Wayne, you said you would keep yourself, how can you go back on your word? However, for the sake of the assist, I won't care this time. Veronica, there is such a shameless woman. From this point of view, Willie is too pure. Siffy, it's over. From now on, the teacher will have to change her words to call me mom. Is this a good thing or a bad thing?" Ignoring her daughter's feelings, Sci-fi felt that this was a great thing. She had been unhappy with Senna for a long time. If this relationship was established, wouldn't she be able to do whatever she wanted? "Ziona, take this basin of foot washing water out and drink it, don't leave a drop." The four of them passed through the teleportation array and came to the depths of the frozen continent. The surrounding dark church strongholds gradually increased. The camps were not large in scale, with a limited number of people and a large amount of supplies. If the price was right, these people were willing to trade with outsiders. Wayne felt that the Dark Church was like an NPC in the frozen continent. With money, you can buy equipment and living supplies. In addition, these church members have good magical attainments, as if the Dark Church specially ordered people to station here to prevent Togigai from breaking the seal and waking up. The 5 goddesses jointly sealed Togigai. The other goddesses only left knights to guard, and only the Dark Church stationed troops. Against the backdrop of their peers, the Dark Goddess status in Wayne's mind rose steadily. As I said before, she is worthy of being the Dean of Education who is in charge of ideology and morality. Her high level of awareness and strong sense of responsibility are far beyond the 4 female teachers of health, physical education, music, and history. Boom! The green vines pushed away the thick ice and snow, and the 4 people crawled out from the ground in the cold wind. Senna politely stuffed the ice back, looked at the black mountains in the distance, and said, "That is the sealed place, the battlefield of the gods in the past. If you feel carefully, you can sense the power of the chosen knights. Indeed, anyone with a bright eye can see it." Wayne complained, and the black mountains were firmly covered by the warm sunshine, the cold moonlight, and the surging vitality, like dazzling ribbons like the aurora floating under the dark sky. "Let's go, we're here." Senna led the team in the front, and the fierce wind blew the black robes of the 4 people. In the blink of an eye, the figures of the 4 people were submerged in white. Half an hour later, at the edge of the Black Mountain Range, the magic portal was pulsating with light, and the 2 dark wizards guarding the gate checked as usual. "I am the Oracle High Priest of the Church of Nature, and I am here on the orders of the Knight of Nature. Please wait a moment, we need to confirm." "Please hurry up, the Knight of Nature is waiting for us." Wayne passed through the magic barrier and went deep into the aurora. The world in front of him was full of greenery and vitality, in sharp contrast to the ice and snow outside. In the sky, 2 colors of light intertwined and pulsated, rendering the dark sky into a deep blue rhythm, and injecting 2 completely different energies into the forest covering the mountains and land. One is a warm color with high enthusiasm, and the other is a cool color with tranquility and peace. The green forest takes root and thrives in this magical soil. The branches of the trees are covered with crystal clear ice beads, reflecting light like stars, setting off and achieving each other. Wayne took a breath of warm air and felt the absolute balance between nature, sun, and moonlight. Surprisingly, there are actually dark elves active in the sealed land. Their slender elf ears, beautiful appearance, deep skin shining with mysterious luster, and the stripes of faith on their cheeks all indicate their identities. Wayne looked at Senna and said that fire and water are incompatible. With so many dark elves, can the two knights of the sun and moonlight bear it? Senna didn't answer. She stated the fact of her faith, that light and darkness have always been in opposition, and there was no mistaking that. The situation in front of them can also be explained. The familiar of the ancient god is an absolute crisis sweeping the god's chosen continent. Compared with the lives of countless people, the two knights are willing to put aside their hatred of the darkness. Besides, the Dark Church does follow the rules. After a while, the dark mage guarding the gate confirmed the identities of several people, released and guided them to the cabin where Nature Knight Mulla lived, and also provided a simplified map of the sealed land. It is forbidden to enter the area marked as a restricted area. It is not to worry about what you will destroy, but to give you a warning for your lives, the two dark mages reminded. Senna took the map, took a look at it and handed it to Wayne, who memorized the map in his mind and passed it to Ziffy and Veronica in turn. The four of them had just arrived and were very interested in everything around them. Veronica's sharp eyes saw a little fairy flapping its wings in the woods. These fairies were busy traveling among the trees and jungles, taking care of every green plant, loosening the soil, and watering the flowers. They were very busy. Veronica's heart melted when she saw it, and she was dragged away by Wayne with roots growing under her feet. Girls, it's normal to like cute things. Firstly, it's a pure liking. Secondly, cute things can make girls look cute. It's a scheming liking. As for you, Wayne said without mercy, Veronica, you are no longer a girl. Be mature and stop this. Veronica didn't understand at first, but when she saw her mother eavesdropping, she understood something and punched Wayne in the face to shut him up. She is a girl, she was before, she is now, and she will be in the future. Nature Knight Mulla's cabin is located in front of the forest, surrounded by green plants, the fragrance of flowers is pleasant, and several little fairies are flying up and down, taking care of it with special care. Seeing the stranger approaching, the goblins walked away quickly. Even if Veronica's fingertips were filled with green, she couldn't summon them. Mulla was not at home, and the four of them waited for about half an hour before Mulla, wearing armor, came in a hurry. Seeing Wayne, Mulla couldn't help but smile. Wayne, nice to see you here. Mulla was very pleased. The seal of the frozen continent was extremely dangerous. His heir rushed over after receiving the order. There was no doubt about his chivalry. He was a young man with a sense of responsibility and not afraid of sacrifice. In this way, he could trust the future with confidence. To Wayne. Mulla chatted with Wayne for a while, and became more and more satisfied as they watched. Then he turned to look at the three women accompanying him, and was slightly stunned. Senna, he knows, the Oracle High Priest of the Church, or the mount temporarily signed by Wayne. What is the situation with the two on the side? Mr. Mulla, this is my teacher Sci-fi, the High Priest of the Windsor Division. She is also a student of teacher Senna. Wayne introduced them one by one. This is Veronica, my teacher's daughter and my fiancée. Wayne's introduction made Veronica's heart happy. She glanced at Senna subconsciously. Did you hear that she has a fiancé? If you know better, leave on her own. Little girl. Senna responded with a faint smile. What does it have to do with Wayne having a fiancé? She had no plans to marry Wayne. Plus, your fiancé is awesome. The two people's eyes met, and they understood each other's meaning instantly. Senna's unabashed manner frightened Veronica. Without the guardians around, she lacked confidence and was worried that she would not be able to fight the old witch. Wayne, this is a battlefield. It's very dangerous. You shouldn't bring your family here, Mulla said seriously. Not just family members, they all have dragon blood and are backup mounts. Wayne took out the prepared words and introduced he and Veronica again, with a serious look on his face. I don't know the purpose of Mr. Mulla summoning me, but I have prepared for the worst. If Senna unfortunately lost in battle, my teacher He will take her place, and then Veronica, and my family and I are ready to shed our last drop of blood." These passionate remarks moved Mullah greatly, and he promised, "Don't worry, unless it is absolutely necessary, I will not let the immature heir join the battle. I came to you to prepare for my own sacrifice." Wayne said blankly, "Mr. Mullah, is the situation so dangerous that even a powerful knight like you is at risk of falling?" "Everything related to the ancient gods is dangerous. We must be prepared for the worst," Mullah replied with a smile. "I added in my heart that now has reached the worst moment. By the way, come in and sit for a while. I've already arranged your accommodation, but I didn't expect you to bring so many people." Murad turned around and invited the 4 people into the house. "I will go to the forbidden area to guard, rotating every 3 days, and resting for 5 hours each time. During this time, I will teach you the swordsmanship of the knight. Be prepared to endure hardships. There is not much time left for you and me." "It should be so." Wayne nodded, and was about to go into the house with Mura. He sensed the dark power rushing from the magic door and turned his head subconsciously to look over. In his eyes, the black dragon flapped its wings and landed on the ground, shaking the earth with a roar. The Dark Knight stepped on the dragon's wings and landed. On the visor, the scarlet eyes swept across the whole scene. The aura of the strong spread out, which made the dark elves admire him very much, and they all knelt on one knee and called him the knight. "Old Den is really good at acting." Wayne rolled his eyes and saw that Austin was pretending to be cool, and he pretended to be cool, which was more uncomfortable than his failure. And he was obviously one step ahead, but he was behind them. "Oh, Senna took a shortcut, that's fine." In the field, Austin raised his hands and accepted the worship of the Dark Elves. Several brave female Dark Elves stepped forward and expressed their admiration and respect for the chosen knights. There is nothing to be surprised about. The chosen knights are just like that. The identity of a knight is a universal ticket. In their respective churches, they have their own aura of faith and a full score of basic favorability. Holding a ticket can open the door of all female believers. Free access, come and go as you please, even if someone dies, it is a profit for the female believers. TKN degrees Celsius O. Of course, gender does not need to be too rigid, the same applies to male believers. Hearing the grinding sound in his ear, Wayne subconsciously turned his head and saw Sci-fi with murderous eyes. He shrugged and said nothing. "Yes, teacher, you are not mistaken, Austin is this kind of person." Mura also sensed Sci-fi's killing intention, frowned slightly, and asked in confusion, "Madam High Priestess, do you have any grudges with the Dark Knight?" "Yes." Wayne took over the topic and said, "The Dark Knight once slaughtered the elites of the church in the Windsor division. My teacher took over the position of high priest because of this, and hated the Dark Knight so much that he wanted to kill him with his own hands. He also took action, a small fight every 3 days, a big fight every 5 days, but he didn't kill him." Wayne was happy, there was another good show to watch. Mura was silent, and then said, "Madam High Priestess, I know it's not right to say this, but the Dark Knight came to the sealed land for everyone. I hope you can temporarily put aside the grudges of faith in the outside world and don't show hostility to him." Sci-fi's eyes twitched slightly, and the Knight of Nature spoke, and she couldn't find a reason to refuse, but... "Damn bastard, you pushed those women away, what's the point of standing still? I'll beat you to death when I get back." Restarting the Myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 284. The black dragon shrunk and turned into a half-dragon form. He put on a black robe and faceplate woven with dark power and stood behind the Dark Knight. The body continued to shrink, and her slender figure showed that she was a woman. "Let's talk about the Dark Knight Alston." Faced with the admiration of the female elves, he did not refuse or respond. This was not because he was lustful, but because he was new to the show and concealed his identity, so he had to create a distinctive personality for himself. Alston has not officially awakened and lacks strength. He knows that he is no match for the three chosen gods of nature, the sun and the moonlight. He is afraid of the three chosen gods for fear of losing his life, so he has never dared to set foot on the frozen continent. Now here we are, the character must be well established, show off your weaknesses and let those who are interested notice them. Where there are weaknesses, there are desires. People with desires are easier to manipulate and target. This is the same everywhere. Alston had prepared several characters before and jumped in. He was shocked to find that there were many beautiful dark female elves in the sealed land. Decisively put aside the imperfect character of the past and regain the playboy character of the Lundan period. He is familiar with the car and does not look like an actor. It's embarrassing to say that he is very good at playing the role of playboy, he is a veteran actor. It's also about setting up characters and pretending to have weaknesses. Wayne also prefers the character of a pervert. The difference is that some people stop pretending while acting and claim to be wronged, saying that they are too deep into the drama and cannot get out. Megan was wearing a black robe. Seeing the dark-skinned beauties around her approaching step by step, Megan took 2 steps forward and came to Alston's side, barely clearing an area. Sci-fi. Although it was right to do so, and that was what she asked for, but looking at it at this moment, I still felt that something was wrong. I hope I'm overthinking it. Wayne was so happy that he made a passerby's impartial voice, the dark night is so welcome. Coming to the dark church stronghold is like going home. Mr. Mulla, he seems to be a pervert, and the female elves don't. Will he refuse? With all due respect, will he still have the strength to fight? Sci-fi had bulging veins on her forehead and couldn't bear the stimulation. Wayne, don't underestimate any of the chosen knights. The Dark Knight is not a lecherous person. He does it on purpose. If you believe it, you will be fooled. Mulla smiled slightly and said, you'd better not meet the Dark Knight. I'll go talk to him. There is no need to worry about anything. This is not the God's chosen continent, and there is no battle between faiths. Now that the God's chosen knight has arrived in the frozen continent, his first priority is to guard the seal, and everything else can be put aside. With that said, Mora stepped forward quickly. He was wearing white natural armor, and his style of painting was different from everyone else, which immediately attracted the attention of Alston and Megan. At this glance, Alston discovered the expressionless Hefei in front of the cabin and the small trash can with a gloating look on his face. Why are they here so early? Alston secretly thought that he was unlucky, and at the same time, he was lucky that he had just finished the performance. Otherwise, if Hefei saw him hugging him, even if he explained clearly afterwards, a severe beating would be inevitable. Regardless of whether it's acting or not, just say whether you touched it or not. Natural Knight Mulla, it's an honor to see you here. Mura passed through the Dark Elves and extended his hand to welcome Alston's arrival. Dark Knight, I have heard of Mr. Mulla's name for a long time. Alston stretched out his hand and held 2 mittens, one black and one white, together. Mulla did not take the opportunity to test anything, and said with a smile, you don't have to hide your identity. There are no battles of faith in the frozen continent. We have a common enemy. What happens after the common enemy is eliminated? Alston shook his head. The mask was not only to protect himself, but also to protect his family. Forgive him for not trusting Mulla. Mulla did not force it, and exchanged a few words with Alston briefly. On the pretext of discussing important matters, he drove away the star-chasing dark elves around him, and took a step to say to Alston, Dark Knight, you can think of this as a test, but I must ask clearly to what extent you have mastered the Twilight situation. Don't rush to answer, this is very important. The seal set by the goddess has 5 key areas. The 2 knights Sun and Moonlight and I guard our respective areas. I want to know your true ability to ensure that the seal is valid at the last moment. Stable. Austin remained silent, looking at the overall situation, and said slowly, I disappoint you. I didn't get Twilight desperate for a long time, and I couldn't use its full capabilities. The goddess is also very dissatisfied with this. Can you let me feel your ability? Mula stretched out his hand. Can. The two shook hands again, and the energy of darkness and nature collided rapidly. Different from the powerful momentum of Austin's black light, Mula's wind was light and the clouds were pale. The color of the life armor remained unchanged no matter how the black light engulfed it. After experiencing the ripening process of the divine messenger, Austin understood the pain, and his own strength improved greatly. Although he has not yet awakened, he is definitely much stronger than his previous self. Even so, there is still a gap between him and Mula that is difficult to catch up with. After a moment, Mula let go of his hand, his brows furrowed into a frown. He was weaker than he thought. This generation of Dark Knights seemed to have little ambition. Mula did not express his disappointment, but instead said, the two Knights of Sun and Moonlight have fought against the former Dark Knight several times, and they know each other very well. You can ask them for advice. Regarding the seal of the ancient gods, they will definitely do their best. It may help you gain strength. How to help? With fists. Austin instinctively wanted to refuse, but he noticed his family in the distance and nodded silently, yes, as long as I can master the power as soon as possible and safely survive the crisis of the frozen continent, I can endure any pain and torture. Please rest assured, there is no pain and torture. You are an admirable knight and they will definitely like you. Mura patted his chest and assured that it was just training, and there would be no unilateral beating. 10 years of waiting, revenge, retaliation, personal grudges, all did not exist. Austin curled his lips, it didn't matter, compared to the pain he really feared, these were insignificant. Austin's indifference and acceptance made Mura deeply admired, and said, you are an excellent knight, the Dark Goddess did not make a mistake, you may not be able to compare with us now, but in the future, you will definitely surpass us. Mura is the kind of person who can easily let people down their guard, not acting, whether it is his chivalry or his upright character, it makes Austin feel ashamed. In contrast, he even felt ashamed. He lowered the moral standard of the God-chosen knights. Oh, there is a worse one than the worst. He is the last one in the world and no one can match him. He is very good, okay. Mura is a man of action. He invites Austin to the forbidden area. After thinking about it, he calls Wayne over. Let me introduce you. This is Wayne, Wayne Landau, the successor of the Knight of Nature. He will be the next Knight of Nature. Mura patted Wayne on the back and said proudly, he is very good and is in the same era as you. Dark Knight, you have to be careful not to be surpassed by him in the future. That's probably difficult. I am just the Dark Knight, and he is the Knight of Nature / Sun / Death / Darkness. Austin extended his hand, Wayne Landau, nice to meet you. Looking at the hand armor extended to him, Wayne blinked, held his fingertips and shook them, what about you, Dark Knight, what's your name? I have my own difficulties, and it's inconvenient to tell you. Even if I tell it now, it's a made-up name. It's the same whether I say it or not. Austin easily resolved the difficulty, in front of the two natural knights, I don't want to lie. That will only tarnish the noble friendship between the knights. You said it so nicely. If you don't know, you would think you are a positive character. Wayne was disdainful. He failed to squeeze Austin, and the other party took the opportunity to raise his moral quality. He was quite unhappy and said bluntly, Mr. Mura, would it be a bit inappropriate to reveal my identity in front of the Dark Knight? He and I live in London. What if I get hit by him when I walk at night one day, right? It doesn't matter. I believe in the Dark Knight. Mura disagreed. Moreover, after this time, Wayne is a real natural knight. If the Dark Knight has an idea, Wayne can completely fight with his own strength. It may be a good thing for the two to achieve each other. Mura said so. Wayne had no choice but to wave to Sci-fi and Veronica, and took Senna to the sealed restricted area. Seeing Senna swaying behind Wayne, Veronica was heartbroken. If her dragon blood could break through the confinement, Wayne would not need Senna today, and would only become her exclusive dragon knight. Sci-fi also felt a little heavy in the head. Looking at the backs of Austin and Megan going away, her heart was cold. Suddenly, Sci-fi thought of the future predicted by the fortune teller. Veronica died and was killed by the Death Knight. Wouldn't the Landau family only have Megan and Austin in the future? No, absolutely not. X2. The two golden-haired heads came together, staring at each other. How similar. Mother, help me practice. The four elements here are very stable. I may be able to go further here. Veronica felt a serious sense of crisis. Stimulated by Senna, her damn desire to win skyrocketed. Sci-fi also had this intention, struggling whether to break through the shackles of the legendary wizard. It was not that she could not do it, but she was afraid of the dragon blood curse and hesitated to act. At this time, a graceful dark elf came to the wooden house, with black hair and a kind smile. She was ordered by Mura to arrange a residence for the Wayne family. Sci-fi was annoyed when she saw the dark elves. They had big breasts, long legs and thin waists. Although they were not as good as her, they were annoying. There was no need for a reason to hate. Sci-fi's attitude was indifferent, and the female elf didn't care. Outsiders were like this when they first arrived here, and they would be fine after a while. Led by the female elf, the two came to their temporary residence, a two-story cabin made by the goblins using magic. It was fully equipped with furniture and daily necessities, as well as a dedicated goblin gardener. So cute. Veronica swallowed her saliva, wishing she could take one home and raise it immediately. Boom. Sci-fi knocked Veronica on the top of her head with a knife. Don't look at it, you are too distracted and easily disturbed by the outside world, so you can't fully realize your talent. Isn't it the same for you, mother? Hee, follow me to the grove. The light in the sealed land was soft, the magic aurora was like a curtain, and the greenery was endless. From time to time, you could see goblins popping up in the bushes. Wayne asked curiously, Mr. Mura, where did these goblins come from? Did you cultivate them? No, to be precise, they are actually the followers of the ancient gods. Mura shook his head. The goblins came from the world behind the seal, the followers of the ancient gods, and strictly speaking, they belonged to the enemy camp. Because the seal was broken, these little goblins traveled through the space cracks and arrived at the frozen continent. They were timid, kind-hearted and peace-loving. They were recognized by the three knights and were responsible for looking after the surrounding forests. They got along well with the dark elves. Allowing enemy scouts to operate in their own camp was a proper act of collaborating with the enemy. The three knights initially refused, but bullying was not their style. At the suggestion of Moonlight Knight, they kept them in the name of giving preferential treatment to prisoners. Come down. If you label him a prisoner and comply with the procedures, then there will be no problem. Wayne was filled with dark clues. The powerful power of the chosen knights made them disdain hypocrisy and fearless of conspiracies, so they developed an upright style of conduct. From another perspective, it can also be said that he has no ambitions. When he encounters a problem, he just uses his fists and pushes horizontally, and that's it. If you think about it carefully, the natural knight is like this, the sun knight is like this, and even the unlucky headless horseman is an upright man himself. If a knight is like this, if three people come together, the seal is damaged. Could it be due to their negligence? Wayne, the Dark Knight's abilities are not enough yet. I will take him to Moonlight Knight for advice. This is a rare opportunity. If you observe and learn carefully, it will save you a lot of detours. Mora expressed regret that he won't be able to coach Wayne in the near future. The reason is simple. The seal must be suppressed by 3 knights, at least 2. Moonlight Knight taught the Dark Knight that the natural knight must stick to his post. This is also the main reason why the 3 chosen gods take turns to rest and cannot leave the frozen continent for a long time. Mulla believes that Austin is more important. As long as the Dark Knight controls the power as soon as possible, there will be 4 knights sitting in charge of the seal. At that time, the strategy will be adjusted from defense to attack. Whether they advance or retreat, the initiative will be in their hands. Where's the Death Knight? Unable to contact, the goddess of death gave up the seal of the frozen continent. Since the Death Church changed, there is no more talk of Death Elves. Mulla expressed regret. He had fought against the Death Knight and would like to call him the strongest god's choice. It's a pity that the Death Knight was ordered to build the underground catacombs, and from then on he never left the door. The Church of Death has undergone changes. The Faith of Death has abandoned its former elven magic, and even the church's offices have become those of the Bishop and Archbishop of the Father's Holy See. Mulla didn't want to say too much about these, and led the 4 people through the tree-lined paths. This is a huge frozen canyon. The dark abyss is like a crack in the earth, lying quietly in the depths of the canyon. There are no green plants and trees around it. Apart from the ice and snow, there is only a full moon forged by divine magic hanging in the sky. The cold moonlight streamed out into the sky, suppressing the black mist stirred up in the canyon. For a short time, the slimy sound of the giant creature squirming below could be faintly heard. According to the information at Wayne's disposal, this is just the tip of the iceberg of seals, and Togigoyi's head has been divided. In the frozen continent alone, there are 5 sealed places of similar size, corresponding to 5 faiths, 5 knights chosen by God. Under the cold moonlight, a figure wearing silver-white armor turned his back to everyone. The armor was condensed by the moonlight, as if it had been given life. It shone with a soft and mysterious light, making people wonder when they first saw it. Be deeply attracted. The armor has smooth lines and is decorated with delicate lines on the edges. It is slim and fits the knight's figure. It is neither bloated nor bulky. Compared with the armor of death and darkness, it can be regarded as a light armor. Dark Knight. Moonlight Knight. Delane turned around. The elf was extremely beautiful, with long silver white hair, cold eyes, and elegant lips. He was as cold as a piece of ice or a piece of white jade, with no flaw to be found. Mula, why did you bring him here? Delaine frowned, slightly dissatisfied. Everyone knows that light and darkness are not compatible, and she doesn't like the Dark Knight. That's it? Mulla took 2 steps forward, explained the reason, and introduced Wayne. By the way, this is my heir. I want him to watch and learn more. I hope you don't mind. Delane nodded to Wayne and looked at Austin with a faint smile on his lips. The guy who hides his head and face fits my definition of darkness very well. Since you desire power, I will definitely love you and let you know what does it mean to be miserable. The iceberg beauty sneered again and again, and the elegance she showed when she appeared was gone in an instant. It was obviously impossible to say that she had no personal grudges. Delane, please be sensible, the Dark Knight is very serious to us. I know how to do it, I don't need you to teach me. Delane sneered, Mula, go and stay in your camp. To be honest, I can't wait. Austin secretly thought that he had a headache, so he walked up bravely and stretched out his hand to be polite. Was rejected. You don't have to be so polite. We were not friends before and we will never be friends in the future. I don't intend to teach you anything, only one-sided violence. Do you understand? Delane urged Mulla to leave quickly. Seeing that Austin was extremely arrogant without saying a word, he raised his eyebrows and said, keep your arrogance and don't discredit the Dark Knight. It's good to be the Dark Knight. Thanks to her, I didn't happiness. Delane touched his face, as if he thought of something and felt very unhappy. Wayne also thought of something, one in black and one in white, two long-haired big sisters fighting each other, the one pulling off the clothes, the other pulling the hair out, the bitch bitch and other gentle words were flying all over the sky. What a pity, I wish I had worn it a few years earlier. Wayne was secretly upset. When he saw Mullah preparing to leave, he stepped forward and said, "Mr. Mullah, when the Dark Knight is free, can I have a fight with him?" Wayne has been looking forward to this day for a long time. Austin has excellent feet and is best at curved rubber balls. He hopes to get an opportunity to play football openly. Natural Knight vs Dark Knight. He did the kicking and Austin did the scrimmage, and it was perfect. People of the Ming dynasty do not speak secretly. Vengeance, revenge, and personal grudges all exist. 30 years in Hedong and 30 years in Hexi. Don't bully young people into poverty. GGGG, a big shot last year, never thought that you would be here today. I'm afraid that won't work. Mullah shook his head slightly. Wayne, I can't hand over the elemental mantra to you, at least not now. I still need to guard the seal. Be patient. You and the Dark Knight are in the same era, and you will have many opportunities to fight against each other in the future. Mura. Let's go now. Delane was impatient. Mullah replied and patted Wayne on the shoulder, read more and learn more. See how the Dark Knight fights. These are all intelligence. I also believe in your talent. You must be the strongest. Seeing that Delayan couldn't wait any longer, Mullah quickened his pace and left. In the shade of the trees, he met a figure in black robe and nodded slightly. The Dark Knight is here. I have worked hard for you all these years. You're serious? I'm just fulfilling my duties, it's not hard. Okay, but it's still hard on you. Mullah looked at the ceiling place behind him. The Dark Knight is there. He is not strong enough yet. It will take some time before he can take over your mission. Then you will be free. The black-robed figure nodded slowly, and after Mullah left, he came to the ceiling place. Sensing the person coming, Wayne turned his head with a sigh and looked at him curiously. Judging from the silhouette under the black robe, the person coming was a woman. However, the body has no real-life texture and is mechanically rigid. It is a magical puppet creation with living thoughts inside. A talking and walking figure. Wayne's eyesight was very good and he saw a porcelain white mask under the hood. He thought of the person in the divination room and couldn't help but think of the relationship between them. Before Austin started to be beaten, Wayne seized the time to extract information and politely stepped forward and extended his hand. Wayne, the successor of the Natural Knight, an elegant lady, can you tell me your name? Saint of the Dark Church, Anastasia Ivan Makarov. It turns out to be Anna's, the former saint of the Dark Church. Wait a minute, what's your name? Restarting the Myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 285. The Saint of the Dark Church, Anastasia. It turns out you are still alive. Wayne looked at the magic puppet in front of him in surprise. He had always thought that the Saint of the Dark Church was dead. He never expected that she was still alive and well. She just had her mind separated from her body and moved to a new home. Judging from the name, she is still a hairy girl. What should I do? Should I give my body back to others? Wayne frowned. He was just a passerby, but the black-skinned lady's body had been played with by him, not to mention 108 poses, 10,800 styles. Returning the body to the original owner at this time may cause the other person to fall into the abyss. If you can't pay it back and have no grudges, wouldn't this be harmful to others? However, the other party looks very bad. He has lost his body for 16 years and can only live in the body of a magic puppet, unable to enjoy the happiness of being a human being. Still can't return it, Anastasia's body is already in his shape. Once the mind enters, the consequences will be disastrous. She is not even a human being, let alone the happiness of being born as a human being. Wayne thought about it and decided that silence is golden. Admittedly, it was wrong of him to experiment on Anastasia's body, but the black-skinned lady was his trophy, and it was already contaminated when he got it. Even without his misbehavior, Anastasia wouldn't be able to use her body after she got it back. When you enter, you will transform into the form of an ancient god's retinue. After finding a reason to convince himself, Wayne reluctantly felt less guilty and said with a serious expression, "It turns out that you are a saint from the Dark Church. I have admired her name for a long time. I am from London and have a few friends from the Sun Church. I heard that you died in the fog. Hey, that's why I call the former holy lady. I hope you don't mind." "It doesn't matter. Although I'm still alive, it's almost as good as dead," Anastasia said slowly. What a negative attitude. Wayne secretly complained that she was indeed a saint of the Dark Church, and she fit the definition of the word dark. "Anastasia, it turns out you are still alive. I haven't heard from you for a long time. I thought you were dead." Senna came to Wayne's side, looked up and down the doll's body, and said with a smile, "The workmanship is good, and it suits your temperament very well." The strange words made it clear that there had been grudges. Wayne looked stern and silently retreated to Megan's side, looking expectantly as if he was waiting for justice. Fight, fight. He didn't see the battle between the black and white knights back then, and the drama of the saint/black-skinned elf/doll versus the oracle high priest/dragon blood/tentacle monster was barely manageable, so he didn't pick it. "Senna." Anastasia murmured, shook her head slightly and said, "I have been stagnant for 16 years. Not only have I not moved forward, I have also regressed a lot. If you are obsessed with the past victory or defeat, you have won now." "What do you mean, even if I win? You are so humble." Senna felt unhappy, and she wanted to speak as soon as she tilted her mouth, but she gave up angrily after receiving the voice transmission from Wayne's mind. She asked on behalf of Wayne, "Anastasia, what is your situation now? Are you alive or dead? Who helped you build your body? Does it have anything to do with you?" Anastasia said lightly. Senna was choked so much that if Wayne hadn't stopped her, she would have manually dismantled the doll in the name of learning. Forced by Wayne's order, Senna could not get angry. She took a deep breath and said bluntly, "We are friends after all. We have been friends for many years. Can't I care about you?" "Friend, you?" Anastasia chuckled, and from the tone of her voice, she seemed to be a little nostalgic. Wayne took the opportunity to let Senna reminisce about the past, while he looked through this memory. Putting aside the sweet smell and elegance, the two of them had a healthy competitive relationship, with some personal grudges, but not much. Anastasia was the same age as Senna. After becoming a saint, she met Senna for the first time. They were both geniuses and equally good-looking and charming. When they first met, they wanted to compete with each other. It was not that pleasant to say the least. After that, the two of them compared each other and decided to decide the winner. In Senna's memory, her evaluation of Anastasia is mixed. The good side is that she recognizes her magical talent. The bad evaluation is all due to arrogance, jealousy, and desire to win. She hates Anastasia very much. Thea's self-righteous expression. Wayne Lizonk commented, "By the way, Anastasia was also a very beautiful woman when she was not transformed into a black-skinned elf." The two once had a fight in a deep mountain forest. After the fight, they cleaned their wounds by a waterfall and compared their bodies. This memory was very clear. After comparing it for half an hour, Wayne saw it clearly and secretly thought childishly, "What is the comparison? He has never seen such a boring person. I just copied and pasted the compressed package." Anastasia finished recalling the past, glanced at Senna, thought about her current situation, and sighed, "It doesn't hurt to tell you. There has been no news from the Dark Knight. I received the oracle from the goddess to replace him. The seal guarding the frozen continent, because the seal failed, my body was contaminated and I had to abandon it. I made this body myself, with the help of the 3 knights Mora, Leo, and Elaine. My strength has seriously deteriorated and I am no longer your opponent. Are you actually qualified to replace the Dark Knight? Senna's face turned ugly when she heard Wayne ask, explaining that Anastasia's magical talent had made her a proud girl since she was a child, and she suspected that before she lost her body, her strength had far surpassed hers. Wayne nodded secretly. With the strength and realm of the legendary mage, the saint's status in the world of listening to the oracle, and the magical skills taught by the Dark Goddess, this generation of saints of the Dark Church is indeed very powerful, but it's a pity. The life level of the elves is far inferior to that of the ancient gods, and it is also inferior to the dependence of the ancient gods. They were forced to abandon their bodies once they met. However, her ability to think out of the sea of mist and return to the frozen continent to reshape her body has proven her strength. What about you, Senna? What are you doing in the frozen continent? Assist the natural knight to seal the ancient god's familiar. Senna was not to be outdone. Senna, you and I both know that the god's chosen knight can solve all problems. If not, no matter how much help you give, it will be useless. You are not qualified to assist Mr. Mura, Anastasia said without mercy. Not the natural knights of today, but the natural knights of the future. Anastasia was stunned when she heard this. She remembered Wayne's self-introduction and looked over curiously. I didn't pay attention to him just now, but then I noticed that he had black hair, black eyes, and a shy smile. He was a young man who made people like him. Based on the education Anastasia received since she was a child, Wayne's appearance and features alone can gain her a basic favorability score of 60 points in her mind. This is what faith looks like. Senna, how can you help Mr. Wayne? With all due respect, as arrogant as you are, I'm afraid you can't put down your arrogance and help others, right? Anastasia asked doubtfully. The person who knows you best is often not your friend, but your enemy. The two of them regard each other as competitors, and they know each other's character well even if they are close to enemies. Senna commented that Anastasia was arrogant and hypocritical, and Anastasia commented that Senna was arrogant and cold. She did not believe that Senna would take the initiative to help Wayne, and there must be an ulterior motive. Referring to Wayne's identity as the natural knight's successor, she probably guessed the reason, and sneered, as expected of you, you dare to even have the idea of a natural knight. Let me guess, who are you, his ambiguous teacher? I do think so. Senna secretly resented it and sneered back, don't look at me with the same eyes as before. After so many years, I am no longer the same person I used to be. In order to prevent the retinue of the ancient god from awakening, I recognized Wayne as my dragon knight. Assist him to reach the frozen continent. Anastasia was shocked, and for a moment, she suspected that she had misunderstood. After thinking about it, it is indeed the literal meaning. Even more incredible. Is this still the Senna she knew? Where has that arrogant, cold, and suspicious woman gone? Anastasia did not have dragon blood, but she also knew what the dragon knight meant to the dragon. She turned her head and stared at Wayne for a long time, wondering what qualifications this young man had to treat Senna into obedience. It was just the inheritance of the natural knight. If it is not enough, there must be other reasons. Don't think about it. I'm doing this for justice and for the god's chosen continent, Senna said loudly, leaving no room for comment. At the same time, her thoughts were transmitted to Wayne, and she said that she and Anastasia had a normal relationship and did not want to lose to each other. She hoped that Wayne would save her some face. After the matter was completed, she would not resist whatever Wayne did. Pull him down, the one resisting now is obviously me. Wayne rolled his eyes and walked forward 2 steps. Yes, teacher Senna has wronged herself for the sake of justice. I respect and admire her very much. Senna nodded, that's it, and then sent a message through her mind, hoping that Wayne would keep his promise and do whatever he wanted. Wayne ignored it, pretending not to hear what the other person was thinking. Anastasia still insisted on her opinion, shook her head and said, "Sina, he calls you teacher, after all, you are still his ambiguous teacher. To be precise, he is a teacher's teacher, and Wayne is my student's student," Senna explained. "That's not worse." Anastasia couldn't understand what Senna was explaining at all. It was okay if she didn't explain, but the more she explained, the more confused she became. It is suspected that the outbreak of the dragon's blood curse has changed Senna, and her intelligence and personality have changed drastically, so she is willing to be ridden by her own student's student. That's not right. No matter how a person changes, the arrogance in his bones will always remain. Dragon blood will not let go of his arrogance and let others ride on him. Suddenly, Anastasia thought of other possibilities and asked curiously, "Senna, you don't like him, do you?" "That's right." X3. The three of them were silent, and Megan, who was eavesdropping openly, didn't know whether to be happy for He or sad for Veronica. Or, the two are not contradictory, and you can be happy and sad at the same time. If you really fall in love with someone, all I can say is that you have indeed changed. Anastasia sighed softly and changed the subject. "You are perverted? He is your student's student, and he is still a child. There is no age when it comes to love. If you like it, you just like it." "No, I'm not talking about age. Don't you consider the opinions of your students?" She didn't dare to have an opinion. "Okay, just be happy." Anastasia was convinced, Senna had changed, but she had not changed, she was still so arrogant. On second thought, this might be a good point to watch. With the arrival of the Dark Knight, there is no point for her to continue to persevere. If she can see Senna's jokes, it might be able to add some spice to her remaining life. Thinking about it this way, I couldn't help but look forward to it. She looked at Wayne curiously. "What about you, Mr. Wayne, what is your attitude towards Senna?" "I already have a fiancé." "Oh, it's even more interesting." Anastasia smiled and said nothing, and after a moment she said, "Sina, I will come to visit you in the next few days. To be honest, you have brought me a huge surprise. My future may depend on your support, only then can we survive. A few words mean that you will be counting on this joke to survive for the rest of your life." Wayne didn't quite understand. Referring to Anastasia's negative attitude towards life, he asked Senna to strike while the iron was hot and get some more information. "Anastasia, what are you doing here, looking for the Dark Knight?" Senna frowned. "You have so many questions today. I didn't know you would care about me so much." "I'm too lazy to care about you." Senna was angry and asked Wayne why he cared so much about Anastasia. What good was the black-skinned elf? He should care more about her. Take a step back and think about your fiancé, girlfriend, lover, secretary, baby, first love. There are so many people, aren't you satisfied? How to talk to the master? Wayne snorted in his heart. He didn't covet Anastasia's body. After all, it was already in his hands. In case Senna misunderstood his character, he gave a rough explanation via thought transmission. "You may not believe it, but her body is in my hands. By chance, she will soon be in the frozen continent. There is such a thing. Master, you are so awesome, I love you so much." Senna's eyes instantly shone, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but raise. After talking for a long time, everyone was convinced that Anastasia and her body had been contaminated. The difference was that she was hopeless, but Anastasia still had hope. "How can I give you hope? If you want to die together." Senna didn't want to be the only one unlucky, so she strongly requested Wayne to return Anastasia's body in line with the mentality of dragging one to get enough money and dragging two to gain blood. There is no other meaning. She has been a sister for many years. She can't bear to see her best friend alive. She begs her master to show mercy and take pity on Anastasia. You can pull me down. Are you pathetic? I'm embarrassed to expose you. You are despicable. Wayne rolled his eyes. Senna wrote her thoughts exactly in her heart. How could he not know if he could see clearly? Wayne refused this unreasonable request and forbade Senna from telling Anastasia the truth. Senna had no choice. Her master asked her to give birth to as many children as she wanted. Her mind was constrained and she could not continue on this topic, so she could only give up with regret. On the other side, Anastasia was confused by Senna's drastic change in expression, and seriously suspected that she was crazy because of the dragon's blood curse. Wonderful. Goddess is on top, it's so great. Anastasia's mood improved a lot, and she continued the previous topic, saying, I am here to meet the Dark Knight, hand over the work, and wait for him to guard the sealing point until this crisis is over. A sigh. My mind has been separated from the body for too long. Even if the three knights help, it can only relieve my pain. The torture has tortured me to the point of physical and mental exhaustion. I am tired of being weak every day. It is time to leave. Are you qualified to enter the kingdom of God? Senna questioned. No, I have lost too much. I can no longer enter the void and cannot find the way to the kingdom of God. Is that death? It's relief. Senna was silent, contacting Wayne in her mind, telling the truth and reasoning, and could not ignore death, and then came a bunch of praises touting Anastasia's personality charm. About compassion, mercy, kindness, nobleness, bravery, and loyalty, Blah said thousands of words, emphasizing Anastasia's current situation. The reason why she became so miserable was to protect justice. She is a good person. Please save her, a good person shouldn't end up like this. So, is this the reason why you want to drag her to death? Wayne, what's your current situation? Don't you have any idea? Senna, I am very happy and the future is bright. Wayne's head was numb, and he turned away from Senna and said, Your Majesty, a person's life has many meanings, and one cannot blindly talk about wanting to die. To tell you the truth, I know a friend whose uncle once said that with great power comes great responsibility. You can replace the Dark Knight to guard the frozen continent. There is no doubt about your ability. You should not deny the meaning of your life. There are still many people who need you. Wayne tried to give him chicken soup, but the effect was mediocre. It's so painful. Anastasia shook her head slightly. Mr. Wayne, you don't know the pain of being separated from the body. I lost my balance and the possibility of progress. I experience despair every day of my life. I haven't rested for 16 years already. As a human being, I cannot breathe. I only have a cold body and cannot enjoy the joy of life. As a magician, I cannot practice. I can only watch myself weakening and getting further and further away from my beliefs. Persisting until now is my limit. Maybe there are many people who need me, but after struggling for so long, I hope I can be willful. X3. Wayne was speechless, while Senna tried her best to dissuade her. It was so miserable that she almost cried. You were obviously laughing the whole time. Wayne was so angry that he turned off Senna's microphone. Then he looked at Anastasia in front of him and hesitated. Your Majesty, is there a possibility that you can get your body back? It's impossible. Anastasia had figured it out long ago, and said calmly, the followers of Sun Knight Leo have completed the mission. The seal of the Sea of Mist is stable. My body has withered. Even if it can be found, it is irreversible due to evolution and no longer applies to my mind. If I adapt my mind to my body, I will become part of the ancient gods' followers. At that time, I will no longer be myself. It is better to keep my will and dissipate it. I am still me like this. I don't think so. Senna said with a beautiful face, standing on the standpoint of a good sister, Why do you assert your future? You haven't tried it? Why do you say that your mind will change because of your body? Where is your strong mentality? The Anastasia I know will not give up. She will firmly believe that her mind can change her body, regain her freedom, and always maintain her self-consciousness. It is better to live a miserable life than to die. Just because there is a pit in front of you, you can't conclude that the pit is dark. You jump in and see it first. It's not too late to see the darkness in the pit. Anastasia was quite moved and said in surprise, "Senna, you have really changed. You would never say such words to me before. You would only encourage me to die." Yes, she is indeed encouraging you to die, and it is the kind of death together. Wayne silently complained and asked again, "Sir, are you really determined to die and ready to disappear? I wish I could be free now." Anastasia looked at the dark night. She had been waiting for this day for a long time. For 16 years, she didn't know how she persisted. "Since you want to die, then I will grant you your wish." Wayne decided to return the property to its original owner. It would be better to die in his hands anyway. Thinking on the bright side, someone said that although Anastasia lost her freedom, she gained life and lived a very painful life. You are listening to Novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Restarting the Myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 286. Well done. That's how it should be. On the sidelines, Wayne watched the moonlight night beat up the dark night, thinking silently in his heart and speaking directly. As a die-hard believer in the goddess of nature, he was fully qualified to say this when he saw the Dark Knight who slaughtered the Windsor division being beaten up. Even Sci-fi and Veronica could not find fault with it. Boom! The black light flashed, and the next second it flew backwards, like a high-speed cannonball, crashing into the depths of the glacier with a bang. Moonlight Knight Delane held a lightsaber in the air, with a faint smile on his lips. "Why, this is your limit, it's so disappointing, I haven't used the White Knight's words yet." The White Knight's words is a matching artifact of the Moonlight Knight, corresponding to the same level of elemental words, Shadow Nightmare and Twilight Despair. It looks like a silver-white longbow, and has amazing long-range lethality. As an archer, Delane crushed Austin in close combat, ridiculed him with words, and mocked the Dark Knight for being vulnerable. The black light devoured the surrounding ice. Austin stood up without saying a word, ignoring the ridicule, holding the Twilight Despair in his hand, and guarding against attacks that could appear from all directions at any time. The essence of the two lives was too different. He could not catch the movement trajectory of Delane, let alone fight back, and he could not even defend. In order to deal with the strong enemy, Austin had to accept more pain, turn grief into strength, and then swing this pain with absolute power. Perhaps it was because the big one led the small one, and his experience grew rapidly, or perhaps light and darkness were born to be incompatible. Austin made rapid progress under pressure, and saw Baya Zhenyan in just half an hour. The silver-white bow body has slender and smooth lines, like a dancer under the moon, light and beautiful, and the ice-blue lines all over the bow body add a little mysterious charm to it. With the infusion of Delane's magic power, the bow body flows with soft light, and the momentary beauty makes people hallucinate, and the lake kissed by the moonlight appears in front of them, sparkling and shining. Delane drew his bow and arrow, and his magic turned into an ice-blue arrow, which broke through the air and hit Austin's dark visor, sealing the Dark Knight in the ice with just one strike. In addition, the gap in the glacier that was previously swallowed by darkness was also restored to its original state. Delane did not kill him, put away his longbow and looked at Megan on the sidelines. "Pull the man out, rest for 5 minutes, I'm not satisfied yet." Megan stepped forward quickly, stepped on the glacier, and turned one hand into a black dragon claw, and quickly dug Austin out. "Awesome, Dark Knight. Wayne leaned over to praise, and was very sarcastic. Seeing that Austin ignored him, he shrugged and looked at the white-haired Night Sister. Want to touch it? What excuse should I use? The artifact of moonlight was right in front of him, and Wayne could not find a reason to touch it. It was all because Austin was too weak. If this was a 50-50 match, and both sides needed to rest, he could completely step forward to help the lady solve her problems under the guise of a gentleman. Big sister, your bow looks very heavy. I'll help you hold it for a while. Unfortunately, I can't hold it. Delane's face was frosty, and he looked like he was keeping people away from him. This iceberg froze his hands, and Wayne couldn't think of an excuse to chat with him. Here, Anastasia, the saint of the Dark Church, met the Dark Knight and explained that she was guarding the sealed land. Now that the Dark Knight has arrived, her mission is considered completed. Austin nodded gently, and then shook his head. Now is not the time. His strength is not enough. He can guard the sealed land, but the result can only be the same as Anastasia, unable to meet the needs of suppressing the seal. Anastasia expressed her understanding. During the time when Austin was practicing, she would stick to her post. Today she just came to meet and explain the matters of work transfer. Anastasia's tone was indifferent, and there was almost no emotional fluctuation. Even Austin, who met for the first time, noticed the other party's negative attitude towards life. Just want to be free as soon as possible. Austin frowned, didn't think much, it had nothing to do with him, and he was too lazy to care. After meeting the Dark Knight, Anastasia completed her goal and turned to leave slowly. Senna couldn't bear to watch, and looked at Wayne with a moving face. Wayne didn't bother to pay attention to her, thinking about how to get close to the Moonlight Knight and the Sun Knight. Last time, he only touched the Knight's medal, not the Sun Knight's artifact, the Dawn Proverbs. He didn't eat enough of the Book of Greed, and there was still a big piece of cake waiting to be enjoyed. When it comes to the Sun Knight Leo, Wayne is deeply troubled. He doesn't know how to explain to Mura after meeting him and his identity as the heir is exposed. The goddess sent me to the Sun Church as an undercover? Maybe, after all, I have been an undercover in the Death Church successfully. Once is a lie, twice is also a lie. But these lies can deceive Sci-fi and Veronica. They are willing to be deceived and will not pursue the truth. It won't work to deceive the God-chosen knight. He will turn around and call the goddess's phone and expose whether the undercover is true or false on the spot. Even if he takes a step back, now that the God-chosen knight Jin Cheng is cooperating, if he reveals his undercover identity and messes up his own formation, wouldn't he become an undercover agent of the ancient god? Wayne looked at the iceberg sister eagerly, and he had no idea what to do. Ahem. The fragrant wind came from the side, and Wayne didn't even turn his head, and directly sent a message through his mind, "What are you doing? Can't you see that I'm thinking about something?" "Master, I think you should think about your fiancée," Senna said sarcastically. Wayne knew exactly what she was thinking, and lamented that he was always misunderstood, and took the initiative to explain, "Teacher Senna, I'm not looking at the beauty, I'm looking at the bow. You know me, give me a chance, and I can get the power of the Moonlight Knight. Also, don't call me Master anymore." "Okay, Master." Senna didn't take it seriously. If she didn't want to hear it, she could just use her mind to restrain her. Since there was no restraint, she obviously liked this tone. Soon, the second round of one-sided beatings began. The Dark Knight was abused once again and had no power to fight back the entire time. Wayne was secretly worried. Austin was growing very fast, ridiculously fast. Facing the moonlight, darkness was growing at an alarming rate. If he continued at this rate, he would never want to play banana ball again. It's hard to say who is responsible for the asshole. 4 hours later, Delane stopped his unilateral violence and looked down at Austin, who was being dragged by Megan like a dead dog. "You are too weak. You don't need to come tomorrow. Go find Leo, the Sun Knight. He is responsible for training you. After Moonlight Knight is happy, it's Sun Knight's turn next, and the cycle takes over, endless happiness. Austin nodded and expressed his gratitude. Although he was beaten badly, he found another way to understand the pain. If he could succeed, his wife and children would be safe. He has to thank Delane for both emotion and reason. Although the words were soft, they came from the bottom of his heart. Delane was very unhappy after hearing this. He frowned and said, "No need to thank me. I don't have a good impression of darkness. If it weren't for the seal, I wouldn't help you grow. Even if I did, it would only satisfy me selfish desires. Dark Knight, you are an excellent punching bag. Continue the day after tomorrow." After saying that, Bai Mao waved his hand and told the Dark Knight to leave quickly and not to disturb her rest. Wayne couldn't find any chance to strike up a conversation, so he left with Senna and returned to the camp. Under the guidance of the Dark Elf, he found the two-story cabin where he temporarily settled. Inside the house, Veronica was panting and slumped on the sofa, feeling weak. Wayne asked curiously and learned that she was practicing extra today, and nodded and praised her motivation. "Wayne, where is the Dark Knight? Is he dead?" Ziffy said angrily. "He probably won't die. He was dragged away by the Black Dragon. They live in another room. There are not as many rooms as ours. There may only be one bedroom." Wayne opened his mouth and made Ziffy's head heavy, and continued, "Also, the Dark Knight wants to improve too much. He finds a way to endure more pain and become stronger as soon as possible. Maybe it's due to the opposition between light and darkness, and they are born to be rivals. I don't really understand. Anyway, he has made great progress today. If this trend continues, the Dark Knight will cause trouble in London in the future. Teacher, you are probably no match for him. If you want to be careful. By the way, Moonlight Knight is so beautiful." She has been praising the Dark Knight, saying that he is humble and studious, and his perseverance is worthy of recognition. He is an excellent knight. There are many more words. Alas, as a member of the Church of Nature, I don't want to praise the Dark Knight, so I really can't say it. He. No, that's enough. Zi-Fei's displeasure was written on her face, and after a moment she said, "The Dark Knight was taught a terrible lesson, wasn't he? Well, he was almost beaten to death. He probably won't even have the energy to eat tonight. He needs help feeding him." Zi-Fei's eyelids twitched, suspecting that her son was deliberately irritating her, and then said, "The Dark Knight persisted for a day, and then, just." Seeing this, Wayne sighed, "Who knows, I'm not the Dark Knight, how do I know what he is thinking? Maybe he has a last resort and is eager to gain power and awaken as a true knight chosen by God." Hearing this, Zi-Fei felt both love and hate. She snorted coldly and stopped thinking about it. She was about to ask something else, such as how beautiful Moon Knight was, when she found her daughter staring at the teacher. Interesting, he is indeed her biological son, so popular. From the perspective of a bystander, Zi-Fei felt that there was something to watch, but no, she had to stand up and say something. Due to personal grudges, Zi-Fei dreams about the day when Senna brings her foot washing water and drinks unlimited refills. But if Veronica is one of the parties involved, although she regrets it, she can only suppress this dream. "Wayne, Veronica is tired. You carry her back to the house and take good care of her tonight." "No problem, just leave it to me." Wayne was very happy. Seeing her mother entrusting herself to Wayne, Veronica couldn't help but blush. Normally, Tsundere would just withdraw from the environment, struggling to say that she could take care of herself, but today she didn't, and raised her chin proudly to Senna. "Little girl, what are you so proud of?" Senna glanced contemptuously. With her arrogance, she was too lazy to argue with Veronica, let alone fight with a yellow-haired girl for a man. She said, Wayne, Mr. Muller requires you to become a mature knight as soon as possible. We haven't trained together for a long time. How about going to the woods to practice for a few more hours tonight? Before Wayne could say anything, Veronica hugged him tightly. He shrugged and said, I can't use the elemental mantra now. There's no point in practicing more. I have to take care of Veronica tonight. It's not too late to practice some other time. Do you want another day? Veronica gritted her teeth and hummed, Wayne, I'm tired, take me to rest. Speaking of this, she made great determination and told someone in front of Sci-fi, I want to take a bath, but I don't have any strength, please help me. W. Today's young people are so open-minded. Remember to be hasty and try to save lives. Senna didn't feel anything after hearing this. She had never thought of breaking up Veronica and Wayne, nor did she have the idea of monopolizing Wayne. She said bluntly, happy wedding to the two newlyweds. In addition, I am not a superficial woman who longs for love. It's too naive. My spiritual world is very satisfied. I don't need a soulmate. What I want is to have the most primitive communication with the person I like. X2. Veronica and Sci-fi froze in place at the same time. This shameless woman is simply impeccable. Veronica grabbed Wayne's hand and winked at Sci-fi desperately, asking her to control her teacher. Sci-fi shook her head helplessly. She had no choice. Instead of looking for her, Veronica might as well take care of Wayne, just like she disciplined Austin. Speaking of assholes, Sci-fi found that she couldn't control him recently. Bang bang bang. The door knocked, Wayne frowned, and Senna shook her body, swaying the fragrant breeze to the door, and warmly invited the guests to come in. Anastasia, why are you here? Senna was very enthusiastic. I came to see your joke, Anastasia said so. The two talked and laughed, just like good sisters. Sci-fi had seen similar magic dolls in the fortune-telling house, and said politely, Teacher, who is this lady? Teacher. Anastasia exclaimed lightly, looked at Sci-fi, and then looked at Veronica, who was somewhat similar to Sci-fi. For a moment, the dead thoughts surged, as if she had found the motivation to live. There was such a good show in a small wooden house. I hope she came at the right time and didn't miss anything. Let me introduce you, this is Anastasia, the saint of the dark church, my old acquaintance. Senna said, she is Sci-fi, my useless student, Wayne's teacher, and the little girl is Veronica, Sci-fi's daughter. She is also Wayne's fiancée. Veronica protected the food and declared her sovereignty. It's so exciting. Anastasia was secretly happy, her mind was very active, and she came to the window of the cabin quietly, adhering to the principle of watching the show without talking. Go on, just pretend she doesn't exist. Have fun, while you can still laugh now. Hurry up and laugh more, you will cry later. Senna sneered in her heart. As a follower of Wayne, she thought she knew Faith very well. Although she was not a human being, she was indeed a person. Anastasia was destined to fall. Wait for death, there is no hope. There was silence in the cabin, and no one spoke. A string of question marks floated across Sci-fi's forehead. What was the dark saint doing here, looking for the dark knight? Oh, it's good to come here, I should come here. Seeing Anastasia's transparent appearance and tit-for-tat with Senna, she couldn't help but glance at her son. Tell me, have you provoked a new old woman again? Or is this one also crazy, only pursuing the most primitive happiness, not wanting love and marriage? Say it all, tell the truth, really, Mom is not angry. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Veronica took a breath and hugged Wayne's arm tightly. I'm so tired, carry me upstairs to take a shower. No, you take a shower with me. Wayne was shocked. Is this still the tsundere he is familiar with? Even Willie didn't dare to speak like that. He greeted Anastasia respectfully, held Veronica in his arms like a princess, and went to the second floor of the cabin. The male protagonist left the stage, and the play was over. Anastasia was very regretful and said to Sci-fi, "Senna and I have been sisters for many years, and I know her very well. You may not believe it, but she fell in love with your student and was willing to become his exclusive mount." "Believe it, why not?" Seeing Sci-fi's calm expression, which clearly showed that she knew about her family's misfortune, Anastasia was quite excited and asked, "What about you? What do you think of your teacher's behavior? Do you agree with them getting along?" "No," Sci-fi said firmly, glaring at Senna, who looked like nothing had happened, and then said to Anastasia, "Saint, please respect yourself. You are the saint of the dark church, and you need to stay pure for the goddess. My son Wayne is still a child, please be kind and let him go." "Son. Your son and your daughter went upstairs." Anastasia thought about it, but she couldn't figure out the complicated family relationship. She subconsciously said, "Noble." "Well, what's wrong? It's okay. I'm narrow-minded." Anastasia was amazed, and then said, "Please don't get me wrong. I don't have any thoughts about your son. As you said, I am the saint of the dark church and need to remain pure. Besides, the way I am now, I am destined to be pure forever." Anastasia explained her purpose. She came to see Senna and had nothing to do with Wayne. She couldn't and would not like Wayne. Sci-fi could rest assured about this. "It's hard to say. My teacher was not this kind of person before, but now he doesn't care about his face." Sci-fi said with a dark face, "You sign a contract." Anastasia was numb, muttering about a family of weirdos, all of whom were weird. She waved her hand and was unwilling to sign a contract. That's not true. Writing a document would make her look guilty and ill-intentioned. With her status as a saint, it's impossible for her to write such a boring document. You don't even dare to write a document, and you still say you have no idea. 11 Faye was sure that even though the old woman pretended to be real, she would stop acting soon and would be like Senna, hanging around his son all day. "Brad, what do you do to attract women like this?" Seeing Sci-fi's suspicion and clear disbelief, Anastasia laughed dumbly. She never expected that watching the fun would turn into fun. She was not afraid of the shadow, and she didn't want to explain more. She said to Senna, who was watching the fun, "It's been a long time since we last met. Come with me for a walk." "No, I'm very tired and want to go upstairs to take a shower." X2. Bang. The camera turned, Sci-fi closed the door, Senna stood outside the door with an innocent face, and Anastasia was amazed next to her. "I didn't expect you to do it to the son of your student. I can't understand it. This doesn't seem to be love, and it has nothing to do with his identity as the successor of the natural knight. Anastasia has lived for so many years and has seen all kinds of scenes. Now she can only admit that she is surprised by what she has seen. She was really curious. Logically, Senna and she were the same kind of people. They only had magic in their eyes, didn't believe in love, and wouldn't even give up their self-esteem for a man. "I want to go upstairs to take a shower." Tut, how can I say it out loud? "Believe me, you will understand." Senna smiled meaningfully and walked towards the woods behind the cabin. The strange smile made Anastasia feel hairy all over, as if ants were crawling. She had lost her body for many years and had not felt this real life for a long time. "Senna, what do you mean?" Anastasia caught up with Senna, and her intuition told her that if she didn't ask clearly today, she would definitely be in trouble. She was about to die, what else could be unlucky? Anastasia couldn't figure it out, but the legendary wizard's intuition would not be wrong. She relied on it to survive crisis after crisis, and firmly believed that Senna's strange smile must have a deep meaning. "Anastasia, you once said that I was arrogant and suspicious, and you are the same, haha, You are afraid of just saying it. The two walked in the woods, and the surrounding goblins avoided them one by one, each looking for a corner to hide, and soon disappeared. At this time, Senna received Wayne's voice transmission and frowned and asked, "Anastasia, does Moonlight Knight have any hobbies?" "Hobbies?" She has been in the frozen continent for so many years. She can't just stand there every day. She has to find something to kill time, right? Yes, the three knights like to play cards. What kind of hobby is this? It's outrageous. Senna wanted to ask again, and continued according to the order, what kind of game does Moonlight Knight like, and who does she usually play cards with? Any game is fine. She is addicted to cards and doesn't choose the game. She usually plays cards with the other two knights and occasionally calls me. Now it's not possible because the seal is in danger. She has given up the hobby of playing cards. Anastasia asked curiously, "Why are you asking this?" "What a coincidence, I also like to play cards." "Forget it, Lord Delane." "How should I put it?" "Although she is very good at playing cards, she can't stand losing. When she gets jealous, she will flip the table. She also curses." Restarting the myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 287. Moonlight Seal Land. Wayne set up a small table and said to Megan, who was hiding her head and face, "Who is that, black dragon, you are talking about you? If you have nothing to do, you have nothing to do. Why don't you play a game of poker with the two of us?" Today is July 22nd, the third day since Wayne arrived in the frozen continent. The frozen continent of Antarctica is in the cold season of polar night. There is no alternation between day and night. Calculating dates is of little significance here. Wayne has strict requirements on his biological clock due to his personal obsessive-compulsive disorder. Wayne and Austin arrived in the frozen continent on the same day. On the first day, the Dark Knight was introduced by the Natural Knight and was severely punished by the substitute teacher Moonlight Knight. Wayne looked at Bai Yejhanyan with incomparable envy, and by extracting information, he learned that Moon Knight Delane was extremely addicted to cards, and he prepared a trick according to his liking. For this reason, he specifically found Megan and asked Austin for a treasure from her. The next day, the Dark Knight's substitute teacher became Leo the Sun Knight. Wayne was worried about being recognized by the other party, so the timing was not right, so he missed the fun of the Sun Knight beating the Dark Knight. On the third day, the happy cycle was Delane's turn again. Wayne was not absent and moved all the prepared props to the Moonlight Seal. Tables and chairs, playing cards, chips, drinks, snacks. It has to be said that the Dark Church's camp lacks everything, especially playing cards and chips. There are as many as you need. According to the elves, because of the hobbies of the three knights, playing cards are hard currency in the frozen land, and they cannot be short of playing cards even if they lack food or clothing. Wayne suddenly realized that it was no wonder that Mullah came and left in a hurry. He only stayed at the Church of Nature headquarters for a while, and rushed back to the frozen continent without even eating. Guess it was his poker friends who urged him to hurry, and he was addicted to poker. Also big. All joking aside, the elves of the Dark Church did serve the three knights very comfortably. They only had to stick to the seal, and the Dark Elves took care of the rest, so they didn't need to worry about it at all. Comparatively speaking, regarding the situation at the Church of Nature headquarters, if it were Mullah who replaced Wayne, he would also be willing to stay in the frozen continent. 2. 3. Take care of it? No, that's not how it's played. This game is called landlord fighting. 2 to 3 wins. I'll say it again. Landlord fighting is two civilians fighting against an aristocratic landlord. Because Megan got the script in advance, she pretended to decline again and again, and finally joined the poker game. In this game, she and Senna teamed up, and the evil landlord was Wayne. After 2 games, Megan and Senna felt that they were not strong enough and playing landlord was boring. Wayne decisively changed the gameplay and replaced it with the more popular blackjack, which is also the so-called 13 cards. The three of them were playing cards, with the Moon Knight versus the Dark Knight in the background. The scene was spectacular. In the field, Delian's silver armor was like the moon, her sword was as bright as a drill, and she danced a thin sword with lightness and power. With her silver hair flying, her graceful figure was like the moonlight dancing in the night sky, both soft and sharp. Austin wears a black light armor, centering on himself, spreading out the boundless darkness. The face is red and the eyes are fierce, like a giant beast standing in the shadows, and the twilight desperate situation is like the incarnation of darkness, with the force of a violent storm, swallowing up everything in its path. The two knights clashed, moonlight and darkness colliding. Delane did not use Byakuya Sadagodu, and condensed a waning moon-thin sword with one hand. The silver tracks were like the moonlight breaking through, cutting into pieces the surrounding darkness. Austin was probably affected by domestic violence. His offensive was extremely violent, and the twilight desperation turned into black lightning. Every time he waved, he released a terrifying and shocking dark light. The fighting styles of the two are completely different. Delian is calm, has superb swordsmanship and flexible melee skills. Whenever he is shrouded in darkness, he can easily open a breakthrough. There is a huge difference in the nature of life. Even though Delane specializes in flexible movement, her speed, strength, and even neurological reactions have formed a crushing advantage over Austin. If it were not a sparring but a life and death fight, Austin would have already sent it. The combat experience of the two sides is not on the same level, and the combat skills are even different. Austin knows very well that compared with his skills, he is destined to be completely defeated. Only with stronger power and deeper darkness can he continue to suppress Delian's power. Attack until the darkness completely swallows the moonlight. This kind of fighting method is what Austin longs for. He uses the pressure brought by Delane and Leo to constantly oppress himself, endure and understand more pain, and become a qualified Dark Knight. For the sake of his wife and children, Austin was willing to risk everything regardless of whether his body could bear it or not. Boom! The light of darkness turned into a giant hand that covered the sky, rumbling and engulfing Delian's fragile figure. The next second, silver patterns bloomed, and the big hand of darkness split into two. Delane walked out slowly, pointed his rapier at the ground, and sneered, "I thought that after a day, you would make some progress, but the result is that you are still so rough. You only attack with brute force. Your understanding of the darkness is not deep enough. I win, hand over the chips." The corners of Delane's eyes twitched slightly. The noise on the sidelines made her feel uncomfortable. She just wanted to say, "Moonlight versus darkness. In such a serious occasion, can you respect the atmosphere?" She took a deep breath. "Dark Knight, how did Leo teach you? Could he have been awesome, as expected of me? No one else is lucky, this card is really good. Always, always. Playing cards all the time." Delian was furious, looking at the sidelines with a frown, and roared, "You three should be quiet, this is a sealed place, either go somewhere else to play cards, or shut up." After that, he snorted coldly, turned his head to look at Austin, and poured his anger on the Dark Knight. Crackling. Crashing. Today's sparring ended half an hour earlier than the first day. Austin lay on the ground like a dead dog, panting for a long time before getting used to the pain in his body. He slowly stood up with the help of Twilight Despair, thanked politely, and left silently. Megan's mind was not on the card table. When she saw that today's practice was over, she decisively threw away her cards and stepped forward to support Austin. The two of them snuggled forward, and this scene was enough to make Sci-fi headache. Wayne didn't know how to do it. He put down his cards with regret and said to Senna, "What a pity. It's rare that I had such good luck today, but it ended before I could enjoy it. I'm not bragging. With my luck today, even if the god of gamblers came, I would lose everything. Boy, you are so arrogant. Delane walked to the card table angrily. Seeing a thick pile of chips in front of Wayne, her eyebrows immediately raised. Looks very powerful. But the opponent is too bad. There is nothing to be proud of in a game of bullying. She can do it. Lord Delane, I'm very sorry to disturb you just now. We will leave now. Wayne packed up the chips and looked like he was in a hurry to leave. Delane opened her mouth, and the card addiction came up. She wanted Wayne to play 2 rounds with her. But the knight's arrogance made her unable to open her mouth. She could only stare at him to show her dissatisfaction and put on a posture of getting out of here quickly. At this time, the emotionally intelligent Senna tugged at Wayne's sleeve. You said you were lucky today, and the gambling god couldn't beat you. Why not invite Lord Delane to play 2 games? I heard from the elves in the camp that Lord Delane's card skills are very good. Not bad, she has some vision, no wonder she can become the high priest of the oracle. Delane snorted coldly, without expressing her opinion, waiting for Wayne to take the initiative to invite her. Not good, it has disturbed the knight for a long time, and she has to guard the seal. The task is arduous and extraordinary. How can she have time to play cards with us? Wayne whispered to Senna, and then smiled and scratched his head. Lord Delane, I'm very sorry, she didn't mean to offend, you know, Dragon Blood always talks about whatever he thinks of. Fool, Lord Delane's card skills are excellent, and this opportunity is rare. You should let her teach you a few tricks. Senna desperately winked at Wayne. After several looks, Wayne went from being confused to suddenly realizing, and he half believed and half doubtedly asked, Lord Delane, how about you sit down and play a few rounds? Haha, young people are quite courageous. Since you sincerely invite me, I will reluctantly teach you a few tricks. At Wayne's invitation, Delane slowly sat down and said, You are the heir of Mura and the future natural knight. For the sake of Mura, I will not pursue your fault of interrupting the training today. Remember, this will not happen again. You are so kind. Wayne nodded repeatedly, and after sitting down, he distributed the chips. While shuffling the cards, he asked curiously, The seal needs you to guard it personally. Is it really okay to play with me? No problem, as long as I am still sitting here. Delane waved his hand and asked Wayne to hurry up. She was almost dying of greed after not playing cards for a long time. I wished she could swallow the chips on the spot. After confirming that there was no problem, Wayne started the game. Delane was so happy that he lost 5 games in a row. His face turned blue from losing. It's impossible, it shouldn't be like this. Delane muttered and asked herself to shuffle the cards, but the result was still the same. Without cheating, Wayne got whatever cards he wanted. His luck was so good that he had no friends. Not only did he have no friends, but with such luck, he would be called an orphan wherever he went. Damn it, there's no reason to lose every time. Did you cheat? Delane was defeated repeatedly, and the more he thought about it, the angrier he got. If she didn't cheat, it must be Wayne who cheated. As a moonlight knight, Delane still had some integrity. Facing a knight junior like Wayne, he was eager to turn the tables and win big, but he never chose to cheat. If it were Mura or Leo of the same level, she would only sneer twice, and everyone would rely on their own means. Lord Delane, I am really lucky today, there is nothing I can do about it. A moment later, Wayne was faced with a pile of chips. Facing Delane's wide eyes, she hurriedly pressed the table. Why are you pressing the table? Can't I afford to lose? Delane was furious and overturned the table on the spot. Amid the flying chips, she saw Wayne and Senna looking confused, secretly annoyed by her impulsiveness, and fiercely said, I overturned the table because you two questioned my playing style, not because I can't afford to lose. Okay, you have the final say in your territory. Wayne nodded repeatedly, cleaned up the table and was about to leave. Lord Delane, it's getting late. We have no chips in front of us. Today is a tie. We must decide the winner another day. Today. Delane slammed his hand on the table, like a gambler with red eyes. It wasn't a tie just now. You have been winning all the time. Yes is yes, no is no. Don't take care of my face. I will win it back myself. Continue, Wayne blinked. Continue if you want to. This is what you said. I didn't force you. Delane pressed the table tightly, and then said, the last few hands don't count. There were too few people, so the good cards were always in your hand. I understand. I'll call 2 girls over right now and make sure you have fun. The camera turned and Veronica and SPHY appeared on the card table. The arrival of the 2 did not save Delane's bad luck, but made her lose more thoroughly. The people of the Landau family have always had good luck. You can tell from their eyes in choosing people that Veronica and SPHY played a king bomb and could not touch any small cards at all. How could this happen? This shouldn't be the case. Delane looked at her hands tremblingly. After 2 games, she didn't win a single game. She had obviously let SPHY and Veronica deliberately let her win several times, but she still lost to Wayne. Boy, you must have cheated, Delane gritted her teeth and vowed to prove her card skills. This time she didn't overturn the table. She found a new reason, still 2. First, there was something wrong with the dealer. Senna was Wayne's mount and secretly gave Wayne the good cards. Second, Sci-fi is Wayne's teacher, and Veronica is Wayne's fiancée. If the 4 of them join forces, she can't win even if the god of gamblers is alive. So what? Wayne's voice came from behind the chips. This is absurd, kid, I have tolerated you for a long time. Delane flipped the table in anger, raised his long legs and stepped on the chair. I want to change people, I have the final say on who the dealer is. The camera turned again, and the sexy dealer Anastasia was called over and started to deal cards at Delane's urging. A confused face. Who am I, where am I, how did you get this table together? Anastasia was full of doubts. The saint of the dark church was not a big-breasted and brainless fool. Thinking of Senna's previous inquiry, she suspected that this table of cards was deliberately targeting Delane. The question is, what does Senna want? Anastasia suppressed her doubts and secretly gave Delane a look. With her personally dealing the cards, Delane would definitely win. Why are you looking at me? I called you here for fairness. I'm not going to cheat. Delane was furious, thinking that Anastasia thought she couldn't afford to lose, so she called an acquaintance to deal the cards. This is outrageous. How could she not afford to lose? Delane glared at Anastasia, reiterated the principle of fairness, and then pointed at her eyes fiercely. Wayne, right? I'm watching you, be careful, it's best not to let me catch you cheating. As she said, she waved her hand and asked Anastasia to deal the cards. She wanted to prove her card skills in an upright manner. The camera turned again. Delane. The heroic, cold, and noble moonlight knight lost. Since she sat down, she has never won, and she has almost found all the reasons. What position is not good? The cards are problematic, the chips are new, the armor is annoying, the magnetic field is too strong. She said everything she could think of. She even changed the way of playing poker, from 13 cards to 21, sheep's head game, catch a pair, etc. Even if it was the simplest card drawing and comparing the size, she didn't win a single time. You cheated. Delane flipped the table in anger, pointed at Wayne and was about to start scolding, but he didn't want to lose face in front of his juniors, so he swallowed the dirty words that were on the tip of his mouth. Seeing that Delane's chest was high and breathing heavily, and he had lost his eyes, Wayne sighed and said, Delane, you found the dealer, and I didn't even touch the cards when shuffling them, How could I cheat? Besides, with your strong strength, I can't hide it from your eyes even if I cheat. Good boy, you just called me an adult, and now you call me by my name directly. You are too realistic. In sports competitions, being bad is the original sin, there is nothing to say. Delane still refused to accept it, so he asked Anastasia to set up the card table. He took a deep breath and said, "All of you get out of the way. I want to challenge this guy." "Delane, let's forget it. You have bad luck with cards today. Let's do it another day. Today, I'll kill you if you dare to leave." Veronica poked her head out. She usually said this. War is cruel. The veteran Veronica suffers from beauty PTSD. Whenever she sees a beautiful woman next to her fiancé, she feels a kind of panic that the little bitch is coming with bad intentions. Today, too, looking at Delane, who insisted on winning or losing at the card table, she couldn't help but let her imagination run wild. First love is the time when imagination is the richest. A slip of thought made her imagine that Wayne was kidnapped by Delane into the bedroom, and the moonlight barrier sealed the door. She listened to the screams and lewd laughter in the room, and could only cry with Chris and Willie. No, absolutely not. Veronica gritted her teeth secretly. Her fiancé was too popular. He could attract the attention of beautiful women wherever he went. She was also wrong in this regard. Blame her. She couldn't let go. She always thought that it would be over after a little gesture. "I won't do that again. From today on, I will increase the intensity of Wayne so that even if he attracts beautiful women, he can only stare blankly. Delane, it's getting late. I have to go back and rest. You win today." "Is that okay?" Wayne persuaded earnestly. "The weather in the frozen continent changes only once every 6 months. How can it be late?" "Sit down." Obediently Delane said that he would continue. Under Anastasia's persuasion, both sides took a step back. Each of them had 3 chips. They drew cards to compare the size to decide the final winner. "The previous ones don't count, I'll win these 3. Delane stared at Wayne closely. "Roll up your sleeves." "Oh, they've already been rolled up." "Then don't touch the cards, Anastasia, just show your cards, don't give him a chance to touch the cards." Delane strongly suspected Wayne of cheating, otherwise his luck wouldn't be so amazing. She just didn't believe it. She couldn't win the last 3 games without any possibility of cheating. "Delane, let me make it clear first. I agree to all your requests, but you have to keep your promise. These are the last 3 games. I will break my promise." Bai Mao was furious. X5. The effect was average. Everyone, including Anastasia, had repeatedly appreciated her breaking her promise. The camera turned again. Anastasia dealt the cards. She was trustworthy as an undercover agent. Wayne always had 10, and crushed the game with 3-0, leaving no suspense. "Alas, I won again. It's hard to lose. It's too bad." Wayne sighed and shook his head. Delane was right. He did cheat. 9 out of 10 bets were cheated. How could he not cheat if he won every time? He just didn't do anything at the table, so Delane couldn't find any evidence. At this time, Wayne had an ancient silver coin on his chest. From Austin, the lucky ancient silver coin sponsored by the Observer Doom Spider Grue, one of the agents of the Goddess of Death. At first, Austin was reluctant to give it to Wayne because this ancient silver coin could suppress the power of the Dark Knight and conceal his identity from outsiders. Who knows what will happen if the Death Knight touches the silver coin of death? Until recently, Austin began to accept the identity of the Dark Knight, and he gradually let go of his obsession with the ancient silver coin. In addition, he also discovered that without the ancient silver coin, his power would grow faster and faster. Obviously, the god of death gave the Dark Knight the ancient silver coin without any good intentions. When Wayne got the ancient silver coin, the Book of Greed opened its mouth and ate two strange things. One is the power of death that suppresses darkness, and the other is a little unclear. If you have to say it, it should be luck. Luck is ethereal and indescribable, but it has been concretely embodied in the ancient silver coin. This luck was plundered by the Book of Greed and treasured in the book cover, which is Wayne's skin. This is the third time that Wayne has sensed a new power that is different from the knowledge of elements, nature, death, heaven, etc. He believes that these are all information laws, and the essence is a concept. The classification of the Book of Greed must have a deep meaning. This ancient silver coin is also quite extraordinary. The raw materials come from Windsor. Each senior official in the Ministry of Magic has one. After being blessed by Grieve, it has become a thorough artifact. Just like the artifacts of the knights such as Shadow Nightmare, the information inside the ancient silver coin still exists after the Book of Greed plundered. It is very puzzling. Back to the point, after the last 3 games, Wayne began to clean up the table, muttering that it is difficult to lose. Even if the god of gamblers and the saint of gamblers come, they will lose and sell their pants. He is willing to call himself a gambling monster. Wait a minute, who allowed you to leave? Sit down and continue. No way, you're coming again. Wayne laughed in his heart, with helplessness on his face. Delane, keep your word, you have no chips anymore. I swear, this is the last time. Delane was not red in the face or out of breath. Anyway, he had broken his promise. What's the harm in breaking it again? Wayne, do they dare to tell others? It's better to say it. If you offend the chosen knight, you will be caught playing cards every day. Who did you swear to, the Moonlight Goddess? The Dark Goddess? X5. Delane's shamelessness made everyone present quite ashamed. It was just luck that there were no followers of the Moonlight Goddess present. Otherwise, seeing the operation of the Moonlight Knight, it is very likely that he would hit his head on the gambling table and desperately persuade him. Wayne shrugged and sat down helplessly. I can see that you have to win. You don't mind losing the chips. Why, you are not convinced. How can I be convinced? I am anxious to go back to sleep. Wayne whispered, and then looked at Delane. His eyes swept over. Okay, raise the bet. Only when you bleed and you feel sorry will you let me leave. Oh, what do you want? Delane was interested. Could the young man be coveting her beauty? Interesting, good courage. Let me think. Wayne frowned and thought for a while, expecting, okay, Mr. Mura is very busy and can't teach me swordsmanship. You have free time every other day. I will play cards with you in the morning and teach me swordsmanship in the afternoon. That's no problem. So straightforward. Wayne looked suspicious and added, one more thing, I want to learn archery, is that okay? The map was pushed to the end, and the dagger was finally revealed. No problem, I can teach you everything, but I have a request. Delane raised her eyebrows. Her map was also very long. You have such good luck with cards, how did you do it? Can you teach me a few tricks, so that we can improve together? Wayne. So this is Moonlight Knight, it feels no different from Chris and Philomena. The main feature is a free hand, he uses his strength, and can get the opponent 9 times with one hand. Restarting the myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 288. It was August. The Dark Knight went back and forth between the guard posts of the Sun Knight and the Moon Knight every day, either getting beaten or lying down to rest and waiting to be beaten the next day. In contrast, Wayne was much freer. Apart from being busy dealing with Veronica, he spent the rest of his time practicing and playing cards. He learned swordsmanship from Mura and archery from Delane. Mura was an extremely good teacher. He was very generous to his heir. In contrast, Delane was somewhat perfunctory. He hurriedly finished the course every day and pulled Wayne to play cards. That day, Delane lost all his chips as expected. After getting Wayne's promise to play cards with her every day, he was willing to teach her his archery skills. Because Wayne was not the heir of the Moon Knight, Delane was not serious about teaching. He only cared about Wayne arriving on time to play cards with her. Wayne did not ask to touch Bai Zhenyan at the first time. He started the second step of the plan after he and Delane became card friends who talked about everything. Moonlight Knight's iceberg personality is just a decoration, fooling people. Delane has a straightforward personality and is a typical female man. Especially when playing cards, she often flips the table, and she is not ashamed of her poor playing skills. Probably because she has become familiar with Wayne, she has flipped the table more and more frequently recently. She often loses cards and gets angry, so she takes Wayne aside and gives him a good beating on the pretext of teaching archery. Not bad, you are getting more and more accurate. In the glacier area, Delane stopped today's practice and calculated the time. It's time to play cards. No way, I just practiced for half an hour. Wayne is not interested in archery. He never wants archery. He said with an unhappy face, Delane, I don't know if you have noticed that my practice time is getting shorter and shorter every day. Really? It may be your illusion, Delane shrugged, and his thick skin made Wayne particularly friendly. She is obviously an iceberg beauty with long silver hair, with good looks and temperament, which fits the image of Wayne's first love. However, after getting familiar with her, she decisively tore off her disguise and was too lazy to act. Wayne once complained to her face, and Delane also explained it. She took off the hypocritical mask and treated Wayne as a friend. She was not hypocritical or pretentious, and Wayne should be happy. We have to thank her. Delane, I suspect you just want me to play cards with you. Wayne shrugged and said resignedly, since you don't want to teach me archery, I'll go to Mr. Murad to learn swordsmanship. Anyway, I'm idle, so I might as well do something to enrich my life. Playing cards with me is a serious matter, and it also enriches your life. Delane grabbed Wayne and said shamelessly, I have worked hard to guard the seal, but I am bored all day and have no fun. You playing cards with me is equivalent to relieving my pressure, and you also have a share of the credit for protecting the world. It turns out that playing cards is to protect the world. I learned it again. Look, you learned it again. Wayne rolled his eyes and said unhappily, be serious, I really want to learn archery. I am the successor of Mr. Mura. Seeing the Dark Knight getting stronger every day, I am under a lot of pressure, okay? That's right. As the next generation of natural knights, Wayne belongs to the same era as the Dark Knight. Putting aside the seal of the ancient gods, there will be disputes in the future. Delane pondered that this was indeed the truth, and said regretfully, Wayne, I have taught you what I can teach you. The archery of the Moonlight Knight needs the cooperation of Bai Zhenyan to exert its true power. You are not my successor. You can't learn it even if I teach you, and it won't be useful even if you learn it. If you don't teach me, why do you say I can't learn it? He. Delane looked at Wayne with contempt, stretched out his hand and pulled Bai Zhenyan out of the void. The silver-white longbow was noble and elegant, just like her, an iceberg beauty, combining beauty and power. Without speaking. What is this for? Bai Zhenyan was close at hand, and Wayne took a step back. Don't you want to learn? Delane raised her eyebrows and said, take it. As long as you can get Bai Zhenyan's approval, I will teach you whatever you want to learn in the future. I will keep my word and never regret it. Such familiar words, I seem to have heard it hundreds of times somewhere. I remember it was at the poker table. Wayne ruthlessly complained, not giving Delane face, and then said, I am the successor of the natural knight. It is impossible for me to get Bai Zhenyan's approval. You are just perfunctory to me. I just want you to face the reality. Hey, I don't believe my temper. Wayne snatched Bai Zhenyan and raised the silver-white longbow above his head. Look, I have been recognized, Teach me real archery. Don't be silly, you have touched the elemental mantra, you should know that I have not released Bai Zhenyan's power, otherwise you would have rolled on the ground in pain. Delane crossed his arms, and he didn't care that Bai Zhenyan was taken away. Not to mention that Wayne is the successor of the natural knight, a fellow warrior, and a card-playing friend. The binding relationship between the knight and the artifact alone means that Bai Zhenyan cannot be taken away. No need to be afraid. Then you can untie it. I have proved that I can learn archery. I can't do it. You can't accept the power of moonlight and will be hurt. Delane shook his head slightly. I accepted the power of moonlight a long time ago. To be honest, I have dabbled in the three major beliefs of the Life Alliance. Wayne's body shook, and a perfect elf appeared, holding the White Knight's words, with a bit of the temperament of an elf archer. Delane's eyes lit up, and he circled around Wayne, rubbing his hands restlessly. I can't tell, you are so talented. Wow, you are not bad looking, no wonder you can be so obsessed with Senna. Poker friends talk about almost everything. Delane is familiar with Wayne's gossip, including his fiancée Veronica, his dragon Mount Senna, and the blood relationship between the two of them. Delane is not a gossiper, she prefers playing cards, but every time she mentions this, she can't help but want to eat some melons. Don't be curious about this, I'm very depressed, okay? Little pervert, you are obviously enjoying it. I'm not small. As a serious poker player, some words would cross the line. Wayne only thought about it in his heart and didn't say it out loud. He said with a serious face, to be honest, I used to be a member of the Moonlight Church. A magician from the Moonlight Church planted the magic seed for me. What, there is such a thing? Delane was greedily eating melons, and suddenly he ate his own church, and immediately asked what happened. Wayne told the intricate storyline. At that time, I was still an ordinary person. The magician was named Chris, the adopted daughter of the priest of the Lundan district. I saved the high priest Philomena, and she taught me the magic of elves to show her gratitude. So, I have a deep relationship with the Moonlight Church. Chris and Philomena often sighed that if it weren't for the natural church snatching people, I might become the next Moonlight Knight. It's absurd. Who robbed our Moonlight Church? Doesn't she want to live? Bai Mao was furious and immediately said that he would pull the robber out and shoot him to death. My teacher Sci-fi, Veronica's mother, is also my mother. She raised me as her son. Wayne said faintly, we are all friends. You should be polite to my mother. Your mother is not my mother. She stole my heir. Can't I say a few words to her? Delane said angrily, next time, let her come to play cards. No, right now, I want her to lose and take off her pants on the spot. That's probably difficult. Her luck is too good. She can make you lose and run naked just by playing casually. Wayne complained in his heart and comforted Delane not to get angry. Women who are prone to anger age quickly, have many wrinkles, and are prone to hair loss. They will soon be ugly. The effect is average. Delane doesn't care about these at all. She said dissatisfiedly, what's the point of saying this now? You are already a natural knight. Even if I give you the White Knight promise, you will never be recognized by the goddess. What are Chris and Philomena doing? Why don't you protect them well? Halfway through his words, Delane looked suspicious. Philomena is the high priest sent to London by the church headquarters. Her loyalty is unquestionable. Even if you save her, she can't teach you the art of faith. What does she want to do? Pull you back to the Moonlight Church? Well, she really works hard, and Chris is the same. Don't blame them. How hard? Delane looked strange. There is no outsider here. Tell me the truth. What have they done for the church? Wayne didn't say anything, just looked at Delane steadily, and everything was self-evident. Disgusting. Delane first criticized Wayne's shameless behavior, and then praised Chris and Philomena, admitting that they were the most devout believers of the goddess. It's a pity that I'm still a step too late. It would be great if I knew you before Mura. Delane was extremely regretful. She had a good feeling for Wayne, played cards well, and had fun. Try it, just in case it works. How is it possible? Delane waved her hands repeatedly. Seeing that Wayne refused to believe it, she decided to use practical actions to make him give up. Okay, I will unseal Bai Zhenyan little by little. If you can't bear the pain, just say it directly. Don't be stubborn, otherwise I can't explain to Mura. Don't worry, I won't mess around. It's better this way. Delane was worried that Wayne would be stubborn and cause her and Mura to become enemies. She held Bai Zhenyan with one hand and pressed on Wayne's shoulder with the other hand, slowly untying the restraint on Bai Zhenyan. Wayne closed his eyes and felt the water and moonlight entering his body. With his magical talent, his indescribable imitation of the ancient gods, his wisdom and qualifications, Bai Zhenyan. Book of Greed, move for me. awu.jpg. The magic power in Wayne's body turned silver white in an instant, and he completely accepted the power injected by Bai Zhenyan. The changes in him were noticed by Delane, who saw it with his eyes and was shocked in his heart. His elegant thin lips opened wider and wider, and he murmured incredible and impossible. His cold and elegant temperament turned into cuteness. Wayne, how do you feel? No feeling. How can you not feel it? Delane didn't believe it, and held Bai Zhenyan tightly to confirm that it was genuine. He untied all the restraints bit by bit, and until the last moment, he didn't hear a cry of pain from Wayne's mouth. It's really good. Bai Zhenyan was controlled by Delane, and her priority was higher than Wayne. If she didn't cancel the transformation, Wayne couldn't wear the moonlight armor anyway. So, even if the small eyeballs representing the moonlight on the cover of the Book of Greed were shining, surpassing the sun to flatten the darkness, and trying to catch up with the death and nature in front, even if Wayne was full of silver white magic, he couldn't transform on the spot. Rightward arrow. Delane did not dare to cancel the transformation. She was responsible for suppressing the seal and could not give Wayne a chance to prove himself. But the fact is before her eyes, whether she accepts it or not, Wayne has the authority to transform into Moon Knight. Damn the Church of Nature, damn Mura, for actually cutting off my successor. There was only one thought in Delane's mind: she came first. The person who led Wayne to the path of magic was Chris, and the person who taught Wayne the magic of elves was Philomena. Wayne was destined to become the Moon Knight, just because nature teaches shameless tricks. Delane stayed there for a long time. After a while, she put away Bai Zhenyan and expressed the last question in her heart: why are you both a nature knight and a moonlight knight? Why can you become a moonlight knight after becoming a nature knight? Wayne, talk. Delane, I'm still a child. How can I know something that you don't even know? It is well founded and cannot be refuted. Delane opened his mouth, but stopped talking, and said dryly, then who are you now? Which goddess's knight are you? He said the question, but stared at Wayne's face, and before he could speak, he threatened and said, say, you are the Moon Knight. Chrissy and Philomena have given you everything, you can't let them down. That makes sense. My teacher/mother and fiancé are still members of the Church of Nature, and Willie and Valkyrie are still hanging out with the Sun Goddess. How can I let them down? It can't be. Wayne spread his hands and said, I don't know. This is the arrangement of the goddess. I don't care. Makes sense. Delane nodded repeatedly. It didn't matter who she and Wayne were talking about. The final explanation was in the hands of the goddess. You should contact the goddess and ask for clarification. Delane was about to send a message to the goddess in a hurry, but suddenly remembered that he couldn't do it now. The sealed land was distorted by the projection space of the land of the ancient gods, and the space was wrong and confusing. When this message was sent, it was really hard to know who the recipient was. Easy to say. If it reaches the ancient gods, it will be great fun. Omega W Diamond Suit Gone Diamond Suit O. Delane could not contact the Moonlight Goddess, so she could only wait for the Moonlight Goddess to take the initiative to contact her, and grabbed Wayne's collar. "You kid, stay away from Mullah in the future. Don't look at him as a moral model, but in fact he is a murderer. An unblinking bastard is a cold-blooded butcher, understand? Sister, won't your conscience hurt when you say this?" Wayne would have to be crazy to believe Delane's lies. He has eyes and can see who Mullah is. To be fair, Mullah has a noble character and is a knight with a strong sense of justice. He has high moral standards, and even if he is excellent, he has to avoid the edge for a while. Delane. All I can say is that she looks good and is a beautiful woman. The two faces were very close to each other. Seeing Wayne's eyes dodge, Delane immediately became furious. "You are my successor. I order you not to meet with Mullah in the future." Then what should Master Leo do? What does this have to do with Leo? To tell you the truth, I am still the successor of the Sun Knight. Ah! Delane blinked in confusion, and his imposing aura suddenly dropped to freezing point. After a while, he said, "I didn't hear clearly just now. Are you still a knight, a death knight?" "That's right. Anyway, I have something to do with all 5 of them. I just forgot to mention that Lord Leo and I had already met before I met you." With a shy look on his face, Wayne struggled to stay away from the iceberg beauty, but failed, and was pulled back again, getting even closer face to face. The distance was so close that Wayne could clearly feel Delane's breathing, and he was only one head-pressing team away from losing his first kiss. He hurriedly said, "Calm down, don't get so close. I have a fiancé. I beg you, don't use honey traps even if you resort to tricks." To be honest, he couldn't manage time anymore. Delane looked unhappy, let go of Wayne's collar, and mocked, "I have experienced so many men and been in love so many times in my life. It is not an exaggeration to say that I have experienced hundreds of battles. A brat like you, it doesn't attract my interest at all." "That's great. I still like pure things. Asshole, who are you looking down on?" Delane was furious and thought about it. It seemed that there was no need to prove certain things, because once proven, they would be gone. She looked at Wayne coldly, gritted her teeth and said, "Tell me, what's going on between you and Leo, and why did you become the Sun Knight?" "Strictly speaking, I am not a real Sun Knight. I have not been recognized by the proverbs of the morning, only a part of it. Sea of Mist, Night Metal. It can only be said to be an accident." Wayne simply told the whole story, very innocently. "I was eager to save people, and suddenly I was recognized by the metal. I was also very confused about this. You know, at that time, I was already the successor of the natural knight." "It's really you." Delane frowned. Some time ago, Mullah showed off to her that he had found an excellent successor. He could suppress the seal boldly with confidence. Even if he died in battle, there would be a successor to fill the vacancy. There was nothing to be afraid of. Delane couldn't express his envy and asked Mullah Yuan when to leave. Then Leo happily came to the door and said that he had one too. The general situation is the same as what Wayne told, except that Leo doesn't know what his heir looks like, and plans to wait for the crisis in the frozen continent to pass before going to London to find it himself. If he unfortunately dies in battle, Leo will send the mourning proverb away, and he will have no regrets except not being able to meet his heir. Delane was depressed that day. Both Mora and Leo were there, but she was not. It was very annoying. "You clearly have the identity of 2 divine knights, why did you lie to me?" "I'm not lying to you, but I'm just curious. Since I can be recognized by the elemental mantra and the morning proverb, can Bayejinyan, who is also a member of the Life Alliance, be able to do the same?" Wayne said sincerely, if I told the truth at the beginning, you would definitely not agree. I have no choice but to do this. Okay, it turns out you don't like playing cards. Delian was full of anger and suppressed his anger, so, what do you want to prove? Your talent has been recognized by 3 goddesses at the same time. No, it is impossible for the goddesses to share the divine night. Even if the 3 goddesses share the faith of the Life Alliance, if I can do it, it must be the goddess's acquiescence. Wayne said solemnly, I can't talk to the goddess, and I don't understand what the goddess means. I only know that I have come to the frozen continent. This may be the goddess's guidance. These words made Delane lose all his anger. This is indeed the truth. Without the goddess Nod, Wayne would not be able to be so good. You are just the successor, and your strength is far from that of the real God's chosen knight. Even if you are the 3 gods chosen, you can't change anything. Delian's face was complicated. I don't know what the goddess is thinking. I can only guess that the crisis is extremely serious. One of me, Mulla, Leo, and I will die here, or all 3 of us will die. You are the trump card prepared by the goddess to prevent the situation from happening going out of control. Maybe. What else could Wayne say? Delane had already thought of a reason for him, so he could only nod in agreement. Go find Leo. If this is what the goddess means, you must be directly recognized by the morning proverbs. Delane stood there in despair, slowly turning around to look at the full moon high in the sky. Wayne took 2 steps forward and whispered, Delane, if we can both survive, I am willing to be your successor. It's hard to say. Delian shook his head slightly, looked directly at Wayne's face, and said solemnly, you have to be mentally prepared. Maybe it's not the 3 of us who died. Is it really appropriate to say these words to me now, without fear that I will run away? Wayne shrugged. Delane didn't say anything, but patted Wayne's shoulder again and again. Just when Wayne turned to leave, she said slowly, remember your promise, if we both survive, you will become my inheritance. I'm not you. I always keep my word. It better be this way. Delian looked complicated and raised his eyebrows. Go back quickly. You only practiced archery for half an hour today, and there are still 7.5 hours left. Suddenly it became longer. Aren't you going to play cards? I will play with you slowly if I have a chance in the future. Sealed by the sun. Leo, who was wearing golden armor, looked confused. After listening to Wayne's story, he was stunned. As a knight of the sun goddess, Leo's body shape and appearance need not be described in detail. He is extremely masculine and beautiful. He is so big that he can dance even if he takes off his armor. You are my successor, and then, you are also the successor of Mulla and Delane. Leo sorted out the relationship, his tongue was a little knotted, and he still didn't believe it. He was choosing a knight with great dignity. He had never seen anything like this before. This was the first time he heard about the choice of 3 gods. But the power of the sun shown by Wayne was definitely not fake, it was indeed the heir he recognized. In other words, the 3 gods selected were genuine. Leo and Delane thought of the same possibility. Seeing that Wayne's expression was as normal and he didn't seem to care, they couldn't help but agree with it and quickly pulled out the morning proverbs. The body of the golden war gun is slender and tough, as if it is made of pure gold, and every line reveals nobility and solemnity. The tip of the spear gathered blazing and dazzling light, which seemed to contain the infinite energy of the sun. When Leo held it in his hand, the light emitted was like golden rays, penetrating the clouds and illuminating the earth. In addition to the motto of dawn, Leo's sun armor also comes with a medal and a golden dagger for close combat. It is fully equipped and can be said to be armed to the teeth. The medal and the dagger are both part of the armor and are not independent. In the final analysis, they all originate from the proverbs of the dawn. Wayne took the morning proverb and slowly raised it above his head. As Leo released the restrictions, the magic power in his body was rendered pure gold by the sunlight. Wow.jpg. The Book of Greed is dull, with 5 corresponding small eyeballs shining brightly on the cover. The green of nature, the gold of the sun, the silver of moonlight, the black of darkness, and the gray of death, the 5 gods were selected to shine together at this moment. In the center of the cover, Wayne's big eyes are brighter than ever. He gradually understood everything. Life. You are listening to Novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Restarting the Myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 289. Life. More than 10 days have passed since Wayne gathered the 5 great gods. These days, he has been thinking about a question: life. There are many meanings of life, which often intersect with concepts such as religious philosophy, consciousness and soul, and moral good and evil. Under the collision, the answers are varied. Wayne is not a philosopher. As a magician, he thinks about life based on his own learning and the theories of the magic world. Magic is about balance and evolution. The human body is the universe. The evolution of magicians is the development and change of the universe, self-growth, reproduction, will, evolution. These are in line with the connotation of life and are also within the scope of the universe. The so-called life is the universe. However, life can be the universe, and the universe does not refer to life alone. Wayne is very clear that the life he thinks of is far from the standard of the universe. At most, it is a deleted version of the universe, that is, nature. Even the concept of nature, Wayne has not been fully exposed to. Nature is not just the basic earth, fire, water, and wind, as well as nature, sun, moonlight, darkness, death, wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, etc. Bringing in this huge concept of nature, the belief of the Life Alliance is very worthy of deep thought. In the past, the Life Alliance consisted of more than 5 goddesses. Only when all the gods of faith came together could a complete life and a complete nature be formed. Due to the outbreak of the War of Faith, the Life Alliance declined, leaving only the 5 goddesses. For some reason, darkness and death withdrew from the alliance, leaving only nature, the sun, and the moonlight. These 3 can also constitute a nature and a life, but they are far less glorious and powerful than before. Referring to the choice of the gods, the path I took was not wrong. Life is like this. But I always feel that something is missing. Life should not be scattered and independent. It should be a whole. Hey, the goddess of nature has a big appetite. She can represent life by herself. Do the 2 allies, the sun and the moonlight, have any objections? Did darkness and death withdraw voluntarily because they couldn't stand her arrogance? No, now is not the time to think about these. I have already obtained the initial concept of life and the framework. Next, I should think about how to integrate these scattered concepts. Book of Greed, don't just eat and do nothing, you should move. Asshole, what are you mumbling about there, what are you moving? Veronica looked down and punched Wayne in the face. From just now to now, it is clear that she has been moving, complaining about this and that. If she has the ability, she should move by herself. The camera zooms out, and the 2 are doing some exercises that are beneficial to their physical and mental health in the bedroom. Veronica, I'm thinking about a very serious problem. You always say this when I ask you. How long have you been thinking about it? Don't think about it now. Veronica added a punch, feeling aggrieved, suspecting that Wayne was tired of her. He said he was thinking about a problem, but in fact he was thinking about the beautiful Senna. Moonlight night drain is also a possibility. Wayne's relationship with him has progressed rapidly. Drain went from being indifferent at the beginning to talking about everything now. Whatever Wayne wants, Drain gives it. If you don't know, you would think he is training an heir. There must be a problem. You oracle high priests and God-chosen knights, are good men experienced too much, picky about food, and want to change your taste and start to crave trash cans? Go find the Dark Knight, that's also a trash can. Speak up, bastard. My fault, I'm moving now. What? I thought he was so powerful, but this is all. Wayne pulled up his pants and was about to leave. Veronica was secretly annoyed. When she heard this, she blushed and said angrily, "It's not even daybreak yet, where are you going? Is it Senna or Delane?" Correction, the frozen continent is bright once a year, and each time it's bright for half a year. Wayne was refreshed, in sharp contrast to the hopeless Veronica. While putting on his shirt, he said, "Don't worry, I'm not looking for Senna or Delane, I'm looking for a teacher." Bad lines, do you want to hear what you are saying? The time is right, I'm ready to impact the Gold Mage realm, without further ado, I'm going to find a teacher. At the end of September last year, Wayne cultivated the Silver Cross God, Life, Void, and and officially became a Silver Mage. It has been 11 months, almost a year, and he has finally finished the progress bar of the 5 major beliefs. Without the ancient silver coins and obelisks, it would take a long time to plunder the elemental fellows by meditation. Wayne himself was scared when he thought about it. 5 kinds of beliefs were stuffed in at once, and the already exaggerated demand for life essence skyrocketed. If there were no multi-party transportation captains to personally deliver the express to the door, this process would take at least 10 years. 10 years. An ordinary person with 0 basics made 5 consecutive basketball debuts. Praise the Lord of the Void, the Thousand Eyes Demon, Orb, the 2 anonymous people of the Church of Death, and those kind people whose names were completely forgotten. Thinking of the blood and tears along the way, Wayne was grateful, silently prayed for them, sent praises and blessings, and hoped for the next life. Oh, there is no next life, and prayer is meaningless. Then don't pray, it's a waste of time. At present, the elemental fellows have been gathered together, and the progress bar is basically full. If Wayne doesn't impact the Golden Mage realm, he will overflow. TT with a cute NO. Wayne couldn't bear the thought of so many fellow villagers being displaced, and decided to expand his house as soon as possible to take in the fellow villagers and give them a sheltered home. You want the Golden Mage? Veronica sat up holding the white sheets and said with a complex expression, "How long has it been? Why are you so fast?" Terrible line, do you need to listen to what you are saying? It's already very slow. I could have been faster. Wayne muttered, and Veronica continued, "Help me get up and get dressed. I also want to find my mother." Are you also a Golden Mage? It's still a little short, let me listen and preview it in advance. Okay. Do you want to be promoted to Golden Mage? Sci-fi looked at Wayne in surprise. I remember you became silver last year, so quickly. Is there something wrong with your health? Come here and let me check. Sci-fi, people's physiques cannot be generalized. I am very sure that there is nothing wrong with his body and he is very healthy. Senna leaned against the window and saw Veronica holding Wayne's arm with a wary look on her face. Senna bit her lip slightly and replied, "Very energetic and very pure." Veronica explodes. Sci-fi had a headache and rubbed her temples. She was too lazy to say anything more and gave Wayne an accusing look. "Anyway, I still need to check it." Teacher, please help me check it." Her son's talent is too good, and the power of his original bloodline is far beyond Sci-fi's expectations. She no longer dares to give him rash guidance. As a legendary mage, Senna is one of the more powerful among the legendary mage. She is more powerful than her. Better to check on Wayne's health. Under Veronica's dissatisfied gaze, Senna swayed to Wayne's side, put her hands on his shoulders and made him sit on the sofa. Judging from the posture, I still want to ride on it. Wayne took advantage of the situation and sat cross-legged, his mind warning Senna not to mess around. Senna smiled slightly. Due to the clear hierarchical relationship between the two, she was not qualified or able to examine Wayne's body. Doing so was just a formality. For 2 minutes, Senna pretended to have finished the examination. She was red-faced and panting, and returned to the window with blurred vision. She said in a trembling voice, checked, he. X3. Okay, stop talking. Seeing the look on the teacher's face, Sci-fi almost collapsed. She just touched her hands and shoulders, or was Senna touching Wayne? Did it become like this? Teacher, how much do you like my son? Sci-fi didn't know Senna's situation, so she couldn't understand Senna's desire for Wayne, the kind of desire that spreads from the mind to the body. Senna could still maintain her sanity and only touch her little hands. She was already extremely strong-willed. Performance. Veronica. The outside world is too cruel. She misses Chris and Willie. In the trio, she can walk sideways, but she really has no way to face Senna. Teacher, can Wayne be promoted to Golden Mage? After a while, Sci-fi waited for Senna to stabilize a little before she dared to ask questions. Can. Senna took a deep breath and said seriously, Wayne is different from us, no, different from all magicians. His silver cross is extremely stable and difficult to dismantle and reassemble. Prepare a quiet room. I want to tutor him alone. Is it really just coaching? X2. Sci-fi didn't believe it, and neither did Veronica. The two of them had the same idea, fearing that someone would die in the quiet room. You can watch from the side and don't make any noise. Senna received the message from Wayne and was dissatisfied, but she still followed the order and spoke out. The four of them came to the basement of the cabin. Wayne sat cross-legged in the middle. Following Senna's instructions, he took off his shirt. His body proportions were so eye-catching that Senna couldn't move away after just one look. Goodoo, X2. Sci-fi raised her hand to cover her face, turned around and hit Veronica on the head with a knife, scolding, be serious, now is not the time to look at men. How old are you? Can you be more mature and steady? Veronica was so ashamed that she lowered her head on the spot. Senna didn't listen at all. She frowned and looked at Wayne. She expressed her helplessness through thought transmission. She wanted to help Wayne break through the bottleneck smoothly, but she couldn't do it. Just normal physical contact made her think about it, let alone saying goodbye. Yes. Sci-fi didn't dare to mess around, Veronica was not qualified, Senna couldn't move her hands, and the situation was at a deadlock. Try it first. I don't expect to succeed in the first try. If it doesn't work, I can go to Mr. Mulla. Wayne broke the deadlock. Senna nodded and asked Sci-fi to explain the concept of the golden triangle and the steps for the silver cross to evolve the golden triangle. If there were any omissions, she would immediately add them. The 6 rays of black forging, earth, fire, water, wind, air, and me. Silver cross, God, life, emptiness, me. The golden triangle, life, emptiness, and self. Wayne, you already understand the concept of the silver cross. I have told you about the golden triangle before. I will repeat it here. The so-called fate, space, and IR. From the 6-pointed star to the cross star, and then to the final stable 3-pointed star, the magician must maintain balance in every step, but when advancing, he needs to break the balance, split, and overlap to master the balance again. Fate is the essence of life, emptiness is knowledge, and self is thinking. This is the top priority of the golden triangle. It must be balanced and can only be balanced. The 3 coexist and influence each other. Once the balance is broken, the consequences will be disastrous. Similar examples include the golden mage entering the gate of truth, where a large amount of knowledge poured into his body, and he gradually understood everything. His mind was polluted, which affected his life essence, and he would evolve towards the void life and become a complete monster. Not to mention the Golden Mage, even the legendary mage couldn't stand it. Marshall, the Lord of the Void, and the Forgotten in the Madhouse, all lost their balance, and not only their minds were crazy, but their bodies were also out of human concept. This is also the reason why Anastasia, the saint of the Dark Church, gave up looking for her body. The polluted body and the life essence had undergone irreversible changes, and it was useless to find it. Similarly, because of the loss of her life essence, Anastasia's mind has been particularly tormented, and her balance was broken. She relied on the power of the three chosen knights to keep her alive. Nature, the sun, and the moonlight reshaped a new body for her, barely making up for the missing life essence. The false essence of life is ultimately external, no matter how good it is not your own. Anastasia can only linger and cannot move forward. Because of the falseness, her mind is exhausted and weak, and she cannot rest without a peaceful balance. The process of promotion is very simple. Split the God in the silver cross and integrate it into the void and me, and balance the three of standby, void, and me. Then you will be a golden mage. Sci-fi said solemnly, "Teacher is right. Your silver cross is extremely strong. I don't have the ability to help you break the balance. It is unrealistic to rely on your own efforts. You must rely on external objects. The process of promotion requires external force. If you rely on yourself." For example, Wayne grabbed his collar and lifted himself up on the spot. You know it's unreliable as soon as you hear it. It's better to step on the right foot with your left foot. People with strong buttocks know that when the left foot steps on the right foot, use nitrogen to accelerate, and you can spiral up on the spot. Let's get back to the point. Because Wayne is too balanced, he can't break his balance. Sci-fi hopes that Senna can help him break through the shackles and complete the transformation from silver to gold. Senna was helpless. Breaking the balance was considered an attack. She was the only one who could not hurt Wayne. She could only say, "You have a perfect elf form. Perhaps you can use the power of nature." This reminded Wayne that the last time he broke through the silver stage and split and reorganized the hexagram, he relied on the power of nature. Now that he has gathered the 5 great gods, the 5 magic stones are recharged, and the communication with nature is smoother, maybe he can really do it. This is a sure thing. Wayne nodded and did it as soon as he said it. He activated the 5 magic stones on his chest and entered the perfect elf form in an instant. Gulp, X3. Sci-fi raised her hand to cover her face and did not hit Veronica. Everyone loves beauty. It's no wonder that her daughter is greedy. Who can withstand this test? Anyway, she, as a mother, almost didn't withstand it. Sci-fi admitted that it was reasonable for her son to be liked by women. She couldn't put the blame on her son just because there were often beautiful women who were willing to pay for him. He really wanted to be a monogamous, single-minded, and lifelong good man, but the conditions did not allow it. Wayne closed his eyes to sense nature, listened to the voices of all things, and told nature about his desires. Don't pity him because he is a delicate flower. Just do it if you have any ability. If you hum, he is not a man. Nature did not exert any force, praised the balance in Wayne's body, and showed its own balance. After a conversation, Wayne stopped helplessly, failed. When I communicate with nature, I am a part of nature, and balance is formed. I can't use balance to break the balance. Wayne's elf form is too perfect. Because of his high level and proficiency, he lost the possibility of self-attack. What should I do? Wayne dispersed the elf form and heard 3 regretful sighs in unison. He shrugged and put on his clothes. I'll go to Mr. Mura. Calculating the time, it's time to learn swordsmanship. Natural sealed land. The sealed lands of the 5 gods have their own unique styles and land forms, such as the full moon of the glacier in the moonlight, the sunrise of the red land in the sun, the swamp fog area of death, and the dark night in the deep valley. In the natural sealed land, towering trees stand tall, with branches and leaves intertwined, forming a green curtain covering the sky. When you step into it, step on the soft moss, you can smell the moist soil in the air, and the state of vitality and competition is still in front of you. Muro leaned against the tree, holding a green leaf in his hand and playing. The melodious tune echoed in the forest, attracting a large number of goblins to stop and watch. After the song ended, the goblins chirped and clapped their hands, and presented their woven wreaths to Mura together. "Mr. Mura, excuse me." Wayne. Mura looked at his successor, who was also the successor of Leo and Elaine, with a complicated expression. He already knew the specific situation and admired Wayne's determination to stick to the frozen land and not choose to escape. Like Leo and Elaine, Mura believed that the three gods' joint election must have a deep meaning. The three goddesses were willing to break the rules. It was probably because Tokugai was coming with great momentum. The goddesses felt that the three gods were not capable enough and temporarily found a substitute. A substitute is still good. The only thing to worry about is that Wayne is just a cannon fodder. Thinking of this, Mura was quite helpless. He believed that Wayne's qualifications far exceeded his own. No matter who he was the successor to, he would achieve great achievements in the future. It was a waste to be a cannon fodder. Mura thought so, and so did Leo and Elaine. It was a good thing to have someone die for him, but with their pride, they always disdained it. With this in mind, Wayne has been very busy recently, traveling to 3 places to learn swordsmanship, spearmanship, and archery. The 3 teachers have been cramming Wayne with high-intensity education, trying to make him fat in one go. It would be great if he could become strong in the shortest time and escape the cruel fate of cannon fodder. As for who Wayne's successor will be afterwards, the 3 of them know it in their hearts. It must be me. X3. Wayne, it's time to practice swordsmanship again. Today's course is very heavy. Are you mentally prepared? Mr. Mura, the course is not urgent for the time being. I have more important things to do. Wayne explained his purpose, and then said, the risk is too great. I hope to be promoted to a golden wizard at this critical period. I know that my strength is insufficient, but every point of strength increases the possibility of victory. I really hope to help everyone. It should be, you can only survive if you become stronger. Mura had no reason to refuse. He stepped forward to check Wayne's body, combed it briefly, nodded and praised, you are so good, I have never seen such a stable silver cross. It is indeed stable. Other people's silver cross is just A+, and Wayne's cross is still unstable, so he specially welded 4 frames. It feels good when welding, and it feels stable. It is extremely difficult to disassemble. I wish I could delete the account and practice again. Mr. Mura, can you do it? Leave it to me. Wayne sat cross-legged, and Mura stood behind him. The white life armor shone brightly, and said happily, Wayne, I am very happy that you can come to me. Remember to regard yourself as my successor in the future and stay away from Leo and Elaine. Rolled up. Leo and Elaine said the same thing. Wayne nodded, Mr. Mura, no matter what the result is, I will be your successor. Mura was overjoyed, protecting Wayne with surging life force, and then pouring powerful life energy into Wayne's body, under the premise of reducing pain as much as possible. He hit the stable silver cross hard. Boom! Wayne's ears were roaring, his mind was spinning, and he was dizzy from the strong blow. He calmed down and found that his silver cross was as steady as an old dog, and it did not change in the strong impact. It can't be said that it didn't change at all, it was deformed and a little crooked. Just thinking about it, it recovered again. Mura looked embarrassed. With the power of his god-chosen knight, he thought he could succeed with one blow, but he didn't expect that he still underestimated Wayne's talent. Just now it was just a test. This time it's real. You have to bear it. It's probably painful. No problem, I don't cry in normal times, but I bleed in war. Well said. Mura nodded with relief, and his mind reshaped the life energy, which surged into Wayne's body, summed up the lessons of the failure just now, and reformulated the fighting method. The white light was divided into 8, cutting off the 4 borders and 2 cross lines of the silver cross respectively. Boom! The silver cross fell apart, and Wayne was dazed for a moment. He woke up in an instant after Mura's stern shout. According to the advice of Sci-fi and Senna, he split the god as quickly as possible and dispersed it into the void and me. God is the guide of the silver stage, a belief, and is closely related to life, void, and me. The 6-pointed star is promoted to the cross star, and the god is formed by the splitting of the void and me. The cross star is promoted to the triangle star, and then the god is broken up and integrated into the void and me. Strictly speaking, silver is the preparatory stage of gold, and all efforts are for a stable golden triangle. Wayne's silver cross is extremely stable, and it is so stable that it can restore balance at an incredibly fast speed. Once Mura leaves his hand, the silver cross will return to normal, and it is still as stable as an old dog. Mura was amazed and felt that he would learn until he was old. Wayne was not so happy. The split god was difficult to integrate into the void and me, so he had to ask Mura for help to further crush the god. It is best to break it into small particles for easier absorption. This was not a problem for Mura, and he did it easily. 3 hours later, Mura withdrew his hand with a strange look on his face, and said to Wayne, who looked tired, "Your silver cross is too strong. It is normal to fail in the first realm breakthrough. Don't be discouraged. With a good start, there will definitely be a good ending." Wayne nodded. It was indeed a good start. The balance in his body was broken, and he could split the silver cross independently. If it were not for the astonishing amount and the long absorption time, 3 hours would be enough for him to do it. Go back and have a good rest. I won't practice sword today. Mura gave 2 instructions, looked at Wayne's back as he left, frowned, raised his hand and waved it in the air. 2 white light screens opened, revealing the faces of Leo and Elaine. "Mura, what's the matter? Has the seal changed?" "The seal hasn't changed, but I think it should have changed a little." "What do you mean?" "Wayne came to me just now and asked me to help him get promoted to a golden mage." "What, he didn't come to me, X2. That's not important." Mura cheerfully advised the 2 not to get angry, explaining, "After all, Wayne knew me first. It's normal for him to think of me first for such an important matter as advancement." X2. Leo looked unhappy, and Elaine started to scold directly. Now is not the time to talk about this. Wayne's promotion to a golden mage is inevitable. He is ready to sacrifice himself, which makes me feel ashamed. Since I became the knight of the goddess, I have never let a child rush in front of me. Mura's face was stern. How is the Dark Knight? Can he defend his seal? Neither up nor down. Enough. That's good. Mura nodded, looked at the 2 and said, "I'm going to let Wayne guard the Death Knight's seal, and the 3 of us will rush over and cut off all of Togugai's tentacles. Defense alone cannot get out of the predicament. The 3 are not Franks and have limited defensive experience. Now that all conditions are ripe, it's time to blow the horn of counterattack." "Mura, I have no problem, but can Wayne and the Dark Knight do it?" Leo pondered and thought. He also wanted to counterattack, but no one could afford the cost of failure. He couldn't ignore the risks that the entire God's chosen continent would have to bear in a moment of enthusiasm just to take care of Wayne. "Just defense, the Dark Knight can do it, can Wayne do it?" Delane asked. "It's definitely not possible to rely on Wayne alone. The power of the Knight is in our hands, but it's different with Anastasia. She has our power in her body, and Wayne can control her body," Mura said thoughtfully. X2. "It's possible, But what about Anastasia? Mura, Anastasia will die, and the chances of survival are slim. I asked, this is her wish, she can't hold on any longer. What a pity, she shouldn't have died here. Restarting the myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 290. Cabin, basement. Wayne sat cross-legged and struck the silver cross in his body, breaking his own balance again and again, smashing the God into small particles, and then blending into the void and self. God is faith, the choice in the silver stage, and determines the direction of the future. Serious magicians all have a single belief. Unorthodox magicians, such as free mages, may not have a single belief, but due to the limitations of their own talents and resource environment, the components of their beliefs are not complicated. Many free mages have a single belief in the silver stage, and only start to let themselves go in the gold stage. They firmly believe that many sacrifices are not overwhelming, and many foreign languages can lead to many ways out. It doesn't cost any money anyway, so there's nothing wrong with having more faith. Wayne is a very impressive existence in the informal free mage world. He stuffed 5 of them into nature, sun, moonlight, darkness, and death in one breath, and they were all knowledge at the level of the God's chosen knight. There is also heaven and hell. One can imagine how strong his God is. That is to say, Luzi knows the divine chosen knight and has a good relationship with him, otherwise it would be too difficult for him to make progress. An hour later, Wayne stopped practicing out of breath. Today's promotion sprint still failed. A good beginning will lead to a good end, but the process in the middle is very tortuous. He calculated that the God was collapsing faster and faster. He had just seen the signs of the golden triangle. If everything went well, he would stay up all night without sleeping. It can be done in 5 days. A white arm stretched out, holding the sleeve to wipe Wayne's sweat. It was a beautiful hand that could not find any flaws. Feeling the pressure on his back, Wayne's eyes twitched slightly and he said bluntly, "Senna, you should know that this is not love." "Yes, it is worship and desire, far more pious than love." Senna hugged Wayne from behind and rubbed her ears together. Just a hug made her breath short. "It smells so good." X2. Little Wayne was about to make a move, but Wayne chose to refuse and stood up. "Keep on holding on, and I will help you get rid of this trouble when you return to London." Senna frowned. "Master, I don't want much, I don't even want your love. Please, stop talking." Wayne turned his head and saw Senna's face with tears streaming down her face. He was deeply concerned and realized that the other party was not acting. He was indeed extremely aggrieved. He sighed, raised his hands and said, "I'll hold you for 2 minutes, but I'll tell you the ugly words first. You can find yourself again in the future. Don't blame me for taking advantage of you." Senna didn't say anything, and after getting permission, she dove into Wayne's arms, using her hands and feet together, wishing she could crush the whole body into pieces and stuff it inside. It was broken but not broken, it was melted. With Wayne's help, Senna maintained her human form and began to be dishonest in her hugs. Desire is like this. It increases step by step. Once you get it, you will crave more. Senna was not satisfied with the hug and wanted to be more intimate. Wayne's face was full of dark lines, and he suddenly thought of Willie's father Cushing. He meant if, there would be a day when Cushing abandoned his wife and daughter and only wanted a hug from him. Oh my God, he is worthy of being a muscular guy in the gym, this is so cool. In the living room of the cabin, Veronica looked warily towards the basement. She had a strong imagination and had already imagined many scenes in her mind. The fiancé was practicing hard, and his mind was so silent that he could not perceive the outside world. When the old witch saw this, she crushed the red roses at her feet with a grin, covered her fiancé's face with a white cloth, and threw herself at her. Boom! What are you thinking about? His face looks fierce as if he wants to kill someone. Sci-fi hit Veronica's head with a knife, knowing what her daughter was thinking, and comforted, "It doesn't matter, the teacher, although, but, she is so to Wayne, in short, she will not mess around at this time. Is this how you comfort me? Well, I did my best." The two golden retriever heads looked at each other with big eyes and small eyes. The more Veronica looked at her, the more unhappy she became. It was this woman who found a shameless teacher who made her frightened all day long. Veronica snorted coldly and said, "Filial piety, I saw it all yesterday. The Dark Knight and the Black Dragon were practicing their combined skills in the woods. They went up and down for a while, and finally the two of them helped them back to the house. I don't know what they did. Little girl, how do you talk to your fiancé's mother? Believe it or not, I asked my son to break up with you." Sci-fi also snorted coldly, raised her hand to pinch Veronica's face, and rubbed it hard. "I can't control what the Dark Knight and the Black Dragon do. I only know that the High Priest of the Church of Nature and the Dark Knight are incompatible. Reply Lundan, I will kill him." Snort. Ha. Bang bang bang. There was a knock on the door, and the two golden-haired heads frowned at the same time. Sci-fi raised her hand and pointed, and Veronica went over to open the door full of resentment. There is no way, after all, she is the mother of her fiancé, and she is not married yet, so she still has to do superficial work. When she gets married, pour foot washing water into her water glass. Veronica opened the door and respectfully invited the guests to come in. "Sir, are you looking for Teacher Senna again?" In the past half-month, Anastasia has been visiting Senna every 3 or 2 days. It is said to be a visit, but in fact it is just to have fun. Needless to say, I leave satisfied every time. Senna made no secret of her feelings for Wayne, even in front of old friends and competitors. Whenever Anastasia taunted her, Senna would smile particularly sweetly. "Ah, yes, everything you said is right, I am such a shameless woman." Anastasia came again today, and Veronica guessed that she came to watch the fun. Otherwise, a magic doll can't just come over and enjoy the meal. "No, I'm coming to see Wayne today." X2. Veronica was silent, vaguely remembering that Sci-fi had whispered to her that the saint of the Dark Church had thoughts about Wayne, and asked her to be careful. Veronica was unprepared, and she was so overwhelmed by Senna that she had no time to care about Anastasia. In addition, the latter almost never communicated with Wayne, and every time her evil intentions were directed at Senna, she was completely defenseless, and she still vaguely regarded him as one of her own deep down in her heart. Okay, another naughty person." Veronica rolled her eyes, probably a little numb, pointed in the direction of the basement and said, "Wayne is in there, and your good sister Teacher Senna is also waiting for you. Remember to set up a soundproof barrier to keep the noise down." What a lot of resentment. Anastasia secretly thought it was funny. The little girl was quite cute. She couldn't help teasing her a little. "Wayne is your fiancé, and he and Senna stay in the same room. Aren't you angry? It has nothing to do with you." Veronica turned back to the living room. She was not only angry, she was furious, angry, furious, but what could she do? During the critical period when Wayne was attacking the Golden Mage, Senna was crucial, and she had to endure her anger. So cute. Anastasia did not take Veronica's offense to heart, and she nodded with Ziffy and moved to the basement door at the end of the corridor. After knocking twice on the door, Anastasia noticed the soundproof barrier and stopped to wait. 5 minutes later, the door opened. Senna stood guard at the door with a serious face, pursed her lips, squinted her eyes and said, "Anastasia, what are you doing here? I don't have time to accompany you today. If you want to watch the fun, go to the Sun Knight. The Dark Knight is fighting, beat him up. You talk so loudly." Anastasia didn't speak and took 2 steps back silently. Although the pheromones captured by the doll were all false prompts, she still sensed the fragrance on Senna's lips and teeth. For a moment, Anastasia was silent. The knife of time was so cruel that it cut off Senna's arrogance and coldness to the point where she didn't recognize it anymore. Before, she never dreamed that Senna would become like this. Speak. Stop talking, it's so disgusting. Anastasia felt the stench coming to her face, and took 2 steps back. I'm coming to see Mr. Wayne. Forget it, I'll wait for him at the death camp. Remember to ask him to clean it up, I have a mysophobia. I've already cleaned it? Crazy woman. Anastasia turned and left. When she heard the smile behind her, she felt deeply sad for Senna's fall. In comparison, she still liked the unruly Senna before. The seal of death. Generally speaking, death corresponds to nature, and the style of the sealed land that should be guarded by the death knight is completely opposite to that of the land guarded by the natural knight. This is a desolate and silent swamp wetland, with gloomy grey fog, pale and weak light, and deathly gloomy tones. Everything exudes a suffocating heaviness. It seems that even breathing becomes difficult when you step into it. Got up. Death has no smell, but vision affects the sense of smell. Viewed from a high altitude, the entire death swamp is like a festering wound, flowing with grey pus and exuding a suffocating stench. It smells so good. Wayne walked through it and took a deep breath. The smell was very good and he felt like he was back home. With the help of faint light, he found Anastasia on the edge of the black mire. The quagmire was covered with dead branches and leaves, and occasionally a few pieces of mud would roll and bubble. The lifeless appearance seemed like Anastasia was looking in the mirror. Wayne frowned. Anastasia was still alive, but he saw death in her, a kind of relief that longed for death. Big sister, there is still a lot of beauty in life, don't be so negative. Wayne tried to persuade Anastasia, but failed, and instead of continuing to do useless work, he came behind her and kept a safe distance so as not to make the elegant lady feel uncomfortable. Your Majesty the Saint, are you looking for me? Mr. Wayne, I believe Mr. Mullah has told you that I will assist you in guarding this place for some time to come. Anastasia turned around, her porcelain white, stiff face particularly oozing under the gloomy painting style, possessing a kind of dark beauty that made people's scalp numb. She said, originally, the Death Knight was supposed to guard the seal here. He never came back and left only some divine power. I have learned the magic of Death's faith and can barely take his place. As expected of your Majesty the Saint, you are so reliable. Wayne nodded in agreement, and then said, Has your Excellency the Holy Lady seen the Death Knight? No, the Death Knight left long ago. What luck, you can see it now, it still has a head. After asking, Wayne learned the general situation of Anastasia, and had to sigh with emotion. This person played the role of a panacea in the sealed land. She could be used wherever she needed to be moved. First of all, Anastasia is a saint of the Dark Church. She is powerful and can barely replace the vacant Dark Knight. Secondly, she has mastered a large number of the divine arts of the Death Church, and can guard the Death Seal place if necessary. Finally, because she is not a divinely chosen knight, she has no movement restrictions and can freely enter and exit the frozen continent. If something goes wrong in London's Sea of Mist, she can go to put out the fire as soon as possible. Although she couldn't be saved, and she even set herself on fire and was crippled, let's just say she couldn't be saved. There is also a use for waste. Anastasia made her own magic doll body. According to her introduction, this is called a magic doll. It is an independent branch of alchemy. It is affected by the progress of the discipline and has great prospects. The magic machine doll possesses the power of the 3 divinely chosen knights of nature, sun, and moonlight. Firstly, it creates balance and protects Anastasia's mind. Secondly, she can take the place of any of the divinely chosen knights at critical moments. I have truly managed to work 5 jobs for 1 salary, and I am also willing to accept business trips from the company. She is so good and has a sense of responsibility that is no worse than the three knights of Bimula. Wayne spoke from the perspective of a pure passerby. Anastasia was not the dark god's chosen, but must have been blinded by the dark goddess. Comparing the plastic sister Senna, Anastasia was simply a saint. Wayne has made up his mind that he wants to get all of Anastasia. He already owns the body, and he will not let go of the mind. It's so easy to die, you are a good person, keep living. Perhaps because Wayne's eyes were a little penetrating, Anastasia was quite unhappy and reminded, Mr. Wayne, Senna must have told you something. She has gone crazy. I won't. I hope you can understand this. Honestly, I didn't understand. I won't be like Senna. I hope so. Wayne sighed. This was where he was most conflicted. He wanted Anastasia to live, but was afraid that Anastasia would fall. Mr. Wayne, just understand. Anastasia stopped talking and did not continue the topic. Instead, she said, the three knights are preparing to attack the land of the ancient gods behind the seal and peel off the projection space from the frozen continent. It would be best if they can succeed. If not, we must also cut off the rhythm of Togugai's awakening and let him fall into a long sleep again. Mr. Mullah stated these strategic intentions. When Mullah was telling the story, Wayne once asked why the three divinely chosen knights dared to lead the charge against a powerful enemy that could only be sealed by the five goddesses working together, and received a very simple answer. First of all, Togugoyi is still sealed. Not only has the seal been dismembered, many bodies have been moved to other places. Secondly, it was not that the five goddesses were unable to kill Togugoyi, but they were worried about attracting the attention of the ancient gods, so they chose to seal it. Any goddess has the power to expel Togugoyi, but they don't want to be the leading bird, so they simply become the leading bird together. The last sentence is not Mullah's original words. Wayne translated it, removing the flowery words of praise, and the meaning is roughly the same. The goddess is afraid of tentacle monsters. Anastasia continued, although I have learned the art of death, I am not a death knight. I cannot suppress this place with the power of death. At the critical moment, I need you to take over my body. At that time, the headless horseman was still able to figure out his head, leaving a large amount of death energy to guard the seal. Time has passed, and the death energy remaining in the guarded area is limited. Anastasia can control the breath of death through divine magic, but cannot create the breath of death, which can only be used as an initial defense method. When the death energy dissipates, it is necessary for Wayne, the three gods, to control the knight's power in her body to achieve the effect of stabilizing the seal. Not seeking merit, only seeking defense. Mr. Mullah also said this. I had a question at the time, but Mr. Mullah did not answer me. Wayne frowned, Your Excellency Saint, what will happen if I use the three divine powers in your body and you lose your balance? My mind would dissipate from the imbalance and I would soon die. Anastasia was not sad, Don't worry, my long wait will soon be over. I can hold on for at least half a month, enough to assist you in completing the defense task. You will be in pain after half a month. Can you really hold on? Okay, as long as I persist until the end, I will be free. Wayne shook his head repeatedly and put aside his last grudge. He must let this man live. Mr. Wayne, the knights don't have much time left for us. Please get familiar with my body as soon as possible. This is very necessary. Anastasia opened the black robe with both hands. Inside the porcelain white shell, 3 magic stones shining with light of various colors are embedded in the chest of the magic machine doll in an equilateral triangle structure. The 3 magic stones were crucial and instantly attracted Wayne's attention. He took 2 steps forward and said, The shell is a seal that blocks my perception of the knight's power. When I want to use it, I can just take it apart for you yet. Anastasia didn't reply. The body she had used for 16 years still had some emotions. Only then did Wayne realize that something was wrong, I'm sorry, I have always regarded you as a normal human being. I only regarded this body as your magic prosthetic limb. I won't be so offensive next time." Seeing that Anastasia was silent, Wayne rubbed his hands and said, "If you don't mind, I want to study it in depth. If nothing else, I can't resist the temptation of magic. Times have changed, and the magic pistol cannot be regarded as innovative. It can only be said that it adapts to the times, and the magic machine doll is an epoch-making product of magic and technology. It is indeed an alchemy, a prostate that has been leading the times." Anastasia acquiesced to Wayne's request, standing still and letting him toss him around. Wayne carefully disassembled and assembled it, as if he had obtained a large-scale figure, with the light of humanity shining in his eyes. Anastasia didn't say anything. The magic doll has the concept of touch. Although it is a false signal and not real, she has been accustomed to converting signals into mental perceptions in her 16 years of boarding life. In other words, she can sense every time Wayne touches her, and her mind will respond differently depending on the severity. Disassembly and assembly made her feel the pain of fragmentation. Wayne didn't know this, but he knew that Anastasia was too unlucky. Her original body was repeatedly studied by him, and she was repeatedly studied by him after she changed to a new home. She is so pitiful, I must compensate her well in the future. At this time, a light curtain lit up, located in front of Anastasia. Mura's face appeared in the light curtain. Because of the angle, Mura could only see the back of Wayne's head, squatting between the legs of the magic doll. Although, Mura was still stunned for a moment, clenched his fist and coughed twice. "Mr. Mura, are you going to practice swordsmanship today?" Wayne stood up, still wanting more. "Wayne, don't do such a disrespectful thing. Anastasia probably didn't tell you that she can feel pain. You dismantled her, which is equivalent to dismembering her while she is still alive," Mura said with a dark face. "Ah, this." Wayne's forehead was sweating, and he hurriedly got into the black robe, installed the dismantled parts one by one, and apologized to Anastasia repeatedly. "Lord Mura, do you have any advice?" Anastasia asked. "Well, let's talk about it later." Mura raised his hand to cover his face. From his perspective, Wayne was getting into Anastasia's skirt. He knew he was thinking too much, but he still had to say something. Too bad. Equally bad was Anastasia's mental state. She was numb because she wanted to be free. Her heart was dead. Wayne finished assembling and got out of the black robe, ashamed. "Sorry, I didn't know at first, it's my fault, I should have asked. You two should get to know each other, I have nothing else to do, just come to see." Mura looked at Anastasia worriedly, and said to Wayne, "Leo, Delane, I are going to impact the projection space. You don't have much time left. Advance to the Golden Mage as soon as possible. Don't do anything extra at that time. Your task is to hold on rather than attack." "I understand." Wayne looked solemn. When he learned about the battle plan, he guessed the intentions of the three knights. It was hard to say what the situation was at the headquarters of the Sun and Moonlight churches. It could only be said that the headquarters of the Natural Church was not worthy of Mura. Also, you know all about Anastasia's situation. If possible, don't let her be so bored. Mura felt very sorry. As serious as he was, he didn't know how to please the opposite sex. He heard from Delane that Wayne was very good at coaxing girls. Anastasia was the saint of the dark church. She was a little older, but she was undoubtedly a girl. Mura hopes that Wayne can make Anastasia happy in the remaining time, even if it is just a smile. "Please rest assured, with me here, the saint will never be bored." Wayne received the task and said that he would definitely complete it. Mura nodded and said to Anastasia, "Wayne is in your hands. He is not mature enough and will be impulsive. Remember to calm him down and don't do stupid things at critical moments. Lord Mura, I promise you that he will survive." Coincidentally, I also have this promise. Wayne looked at the stiff face of the magic machine doll, his mind diverged, and he sensed his mind amplifier outside the sealed land. Yellow clothes, tentacles, pale, beautiful body. Just wait for the right time to return it to its original owner. The light curtain dissipated, and Mura's figure disappeared. He joined forces with Leo and Elaine to go deep into the heart of the seal to find cracks in the projection space. They had entered and divided Togugai's body before. At that time, the seal was still stable, and Togugai was in a deep sleep and did not resist. Now it's no use. Every step must be taken carefully. Moreover, the projection space projects the land of the ancient gods' followers, where there are not only Togugai, but also other life forms. Wayne studied the magic machine puppet again, this time very gently, and from time to time he made 2 frank jokes to try to make the beauty smile. The effect was average. On this day, the entire sealed land roared and trembled, and a deep and ancient whisper came like silk. Passing through the endless void, through the heavy fog, it reached the ears of those who listened. Outside the sealed land, the yellow clothes were restless. The decisive battle began.